cover today. A lot of ground to cover. One thing that we're going to do is we're going to thank Popeye, because even though to some small degree he ignored me, he still allowed me to post on his channel without blocking me or removing my comments, when he could have done that. But I do believe that Popeye understands my point of view. So we're going to thank Popeye for allowing me the freedom of speech, with the understanding that I believe that Popeye knows that what I say is more truthful than anybody can condemn against what I say. In other words, this is going to be the main topic of my video today. Popeye knows what I've said in the past about a blogger that talked, number one, and this is the primary reason I spent a few hours this week, to in fact bring his narcissistic personality disorder and possible psychopathic disorders to the forefront of YouTube. For the liar, the fraud, the deceiver that he is, where he, by doing so, has not destroyed Yadz' reputation, but has marred Yadz' reputation. Because no matter what you think about Yadz, she's a Filipina who is trying to feed hundreds or thousands of children in the Philippines. And we're going to give her channel a shout out for that. But in addition to that, Yadz wants to be friends with everybody. And that's just not possible here on YouTube. So because Yadz's nature is to be nurturing and friendly, she allowed somebody to mar her reputation. I'm going to correct that to the best of my ability. I will not put the onus on Yadz because she was lied to, defamed, and defrauded by this person. Now, you guys can believe whatever you want, but I have said for many years what this third party, not Popeye, not Yadz, but what this third party has said about Daisy May. This is don't make any mistake about this. This is all about Daisy May. You talking about whether or not I'm a liar, that has little or no bearing on my life. But you putting Daisy May in the light, this is the creep that did this to Daisy May, or the two of them, putting Daisy May in the light that she is what? A slut? A prostitute? What? You did that. So this is your penalty. This is directed at just one person today. This is how we are going to even up the score. Okay? You repeated a known lie from another liar. But first we have to go back to Yadz, and let's get her a shout out. And that's going to be the theme of the show. I am going to show you, possibly you're going to hear, everything that I ever said about this psychopathic, narcissistic personality disorder is true. Everything. If I said the man talked about his conquests, it's true. And we have proof of that. And then when he said, prove that I said this, prove I have a harem. Well, what he did not know is that I collected over 50 hours of his videos from when he and I were still friends. Some of them long. Some of them will make you lose your mind to listen to 45 minutes of those videos. So I have 50 plus hours of his live streams going back 5 years, so that I had no reason to record them. I was recording them for posterity's purpose, not in a malicious manner. But when he called me a liar and said, prove that I said I have a harem, well, I knew from the get-go, months ago, I could do that. And that's what I did. Now we're going to give Yadz and Popeye, both, the two, a shout out. And we're going to give their channels links out so that if you people want to donate to the Children's Fund, I would say with certainty that both Popeye and Yadz are going to give back 98% of the monies they collect. And the other 2% is going to be for their transportation and possible costs to get involved with permits and whatnot. But I would say that 98% or more is going to go directly to feeding the children. Who also is involved in this is Mick Fisher. Ding, ding, ding. Maybe Michael Hunt. Maybe. I don't know about him. So, and then we're going to go into the bloggers that took the narcissistic, possible psychopathic point of view. And we're going to talk about what they said regarding what I said, because they misunderstood what I said. Because their brain, apparently their brain was not working that week for multiple issues, including the need to publicize that a certain blogger wanted to eat a certain type of fruit. That was pretty sick, dude. But we'll get on to the comments now, and then we'll get Yadz's channel link up there, and then I'm sure that inside Yadz's channel link, you'll have the ability to find out how you can donate to her channel. Why? Okay, so I see comments on my screen, but I don't see. All right, I'm at a loss here. I'm at a loss. Michael Hunt, Mike. Oh, we're gonna get to you momentarily. I'm at a loss here. Just give me a minute, please. I have to go over here. I should read this, but first I have to get. Okay, I'm going to have to turn this around. There's videos on here. You cannot see the name of certain videos that I have, because these are the videos that prove that a certain person that has narcissistic and psychopathic personality traits called me a liar and a fraud and defrauded Daisy May. Look, you guys can talk about a lot of stuff. I'm going to ask you really nice not to talk about Daisy May. That's not going to work out well for you. That's just not going to work out well for you at all. Okay, so here we are back at my channel, but I don't have, all right, we'll do it like this. We'll do that. I had to make three different live streams today, because I couldn't get the rotation of the camera the way I wanted it. So, okay, so let's go back. Let's save this information. Okay, now we're going to cancel out this picture here, because this is one of the ones that is not. Now we're going to click this over here, and we're going to get a window open with the chat. No, I guess we're not going to do that either. Okay. How do we get a window open? This is live, right? The bile one. Okay. Still not getting. All right. Still not happening. Okay. It's not happening here. Wow, this is... Let's go over here. Let's see, it's 778. Is this the one? No, it's not 778. Is this the one? No, not 778. Is psychopath? That's not the one. I'm going to have to... All right, is this the one? 778. No, it's not 778. Where is this? What channel am I on? What? Wherefore art thou? Wherefore art thou? Is this? The camera was not cooperating with me this morning, but we'll be talking about all the things I talked to you about. Here it is, right here. This is the one. It's not the 778. It's the UY4. The UY4 one. Yeah, let's do that. Let's try that one.
UY4.
Yeah, there it is, baby. Yeah, you know, YouTube. Let me tell you something about YouTube. I've been saying it now going on 2 months. YouTube is doing some weird stuff. Some really weird stuff. Okay, so let's get Yadz Amodia Vlogs link into this live stream. And that's not it either. All right, it just disappeared again. That's 778. All right, so this is 778. We're closing that out. And now we have to go back to YouTube. UYU4. Wow, that was hard. All right, so this channel link for Yadz Amodia Vlogs, this woman is feeding the children of the Philippines with the money she collects on her channel. And I think that's one of the biggest reasons she allowed a fraud to manipulate her. I hope that's the reason, but we'll never know, because personally, I will not get involved with why Yadz did what she did. I will just say that Yadz is on the side of good righteousness and an upstanding moral turpitude, whereas the fellow that manipulated Yadz is very, very low class and a liar, and we're going to talk about that in a minute. Skipper from Gilligan's Island, Mike Hunt. Mike Hunt is in that. Michael Hunt is in the house. The skipper. You know what? That's true. You know what? I even have Mike Hunt. I even have a skipper's hat. I'll get it. Let's go Gilligan today. I got to wet it down. Let's go Gilligan today. I have the same color. When I used to operate the barge, these were the hats I wore because they gave me a brim and they gave me shade, and you could wet them down inside. I had a much better one, but it disappeared. Somebody glommed it. It was a $65 hat. But anyway, that was a long time ago. That was back in the 80s. Could have blown out of the pilot house, but I think someone glommed it. So yeah, that's a better Gilligan hat. This is actually closer to the right color. So all right, so let's get this to the side. Yadz Amodia Vlogs, who's pinned at the top, and Popeye are both collecting money for the same thing. Now Yadz never disrespected me in any way, shape, or form, but Yadz let herself be manipulated. And we're going to go over the manipulation techniques, and then if a certain blogger comes on, I gave him a headache. Believe me when I tell you I gave him a headache. He told me Don't send him any more 6-hour videos or 5-hour videos or 3-hour videos, because there are 26 videos of this liar, fraud, and deceiver of innocent people like Yadz. Now, Popeye's not so innocent, and Popeye knows darn well that what I said is the truth. But he's not going to take sides, because that would interfere with one of his friends. And we're not about to interfere with one of his friends just yet. So, maybe not today, maybe not ever, but Popeye has camaraderie with a certain individual who yelled at Fazios, which didn't hurt my feelings at all. What hurt my feelings is that the man was not smart enough to understand what I said when I said it. I said, your friend is a liar, and you allow that to take place. And he screamed back, you need to fight your own battles. Well, no, this isn't a battle. I didn't want you to defend me verbally because somebody lied about me. I said your friend is a liar. I didn't ask you to defend me in any way, shape, or form. I don't need you to defend me in any way, shape, or form, because for months, 5 months, I've been saying I have 26 of his videos proving that he's a liar and a fraud. Now, I was pushed to that point this week because no one retracted anything that they said about Daisy May or myself. So what I did is I went into my off-the-chain troll channels that I store videos with, which I couldn't even remember where I had those stored because it's 5 years ago. And I went on to the troll channel that I haven't used, couldn't remember the name, and couldn't remember the password. From when, if you remember Chi Corsairs, if you remember when she was a member of the YouTube community, well, I copied all of those shows. I don't know why. Well, now I do. So what I did was eventually I found a file on a drive from 5 years ago, and I found the password and the name of the channel. And I took those videos and I downloaded them. I took the video links and I gave those video links. I made them unlisted because every one of them needs to be unlisted. I could never put that stuff on my channel. And then I sent them from a third-party channel to the editor-in-chief. Let's call him the editor-in-chief. Now we're going to go over what's in the videos that to no fault of Yadz. Look, I already saw Yadz manipulated once on a live stream for a cup of coffee. She wants to be a nice person. She probably is genuinely a nice person. Definitely she's a little bit naive when it comes to manipulation. And she's naive because, number one, she didn't grow up in New York. Number two, she doesn't think in terms of manipulation, lies, deceits, half-truth, and fraud. She has no understanding of how deceptive and deceitful people can be because she herself does not have those qualities in her persona. That's true. She doesn't have the qualities to see the qualities in the other person. And then even that she got manipulated. She still wants to try to be a nice person by leaving that show up. And that's okay, because let that be a lesson to you, and that's in my notes, of how manipulative people can be to you, Yadz, while deceiving you, Yadz. Nobody else did they deceive, except the people that are like you, naive and not malicious in nature. Those people can be easily deceived. People like me who grew up in New York City with 10,000 personalities, meeting 10,000 different personalities, we have more of a feel for that. But I knew the guy was a fraud when I first well, not long after I met him. And then once he said to me, now this is what he said to me. Once he said to me, if I ever saw his such and such, I would want to do something to his such and such because it's beautiful. Go ahead and tell me that you never said that. And you did. And now, in the video that's going to come to light today, one way or another, you're going to hear him say that about how big something is and how beautiful something is and how many women he sent to the hospital after using that on them. And there's even videos of him talking about having two, not one, but two ladyboys. And there's videos of him talking about men asking him to take care of their wives while they watch. Now, that's not going to be in today's video, but it's in one of the 26 videos, 50 plus hours of videos I have. The man is a degenerate, in my opinion. And the few people that have listened to the video that was made, where the man says, yeah, I not only do I have a harem, but I have this many people in the harem, and some of them are 19 years old, while he's yelling out the name Fazio. Now, I might be able to play that part of the video for you, but then he goes on. Let's go to my notes. Let's go to my notes, because you people know how I like to make notes. All right, so let's go to the notes on the screen. Flat Earth Society is here. Como esta? Okay, so Mike Hunt. I look like the skipper, baby. The skipper. And I got glasses like Gilligan would wear too. Thanks for stopping by, Michael. Anyone that has publicly vilified and made perverse statements against Daisy May deserves a severe punishment. She was never involved, and the only reason to be nasty to her is a weak attempt against Michael Thomas Fazio. Okay, so that's true. And we're not done with you per se. I'm going to suggest, not Yadz, I'm going to suggest to this pervert that he makes a public apology. And if he doesn't, I can't force him to do that. A public apology to Michael Thomas Fazio, a public apology to Daisy May, a public apology to Yadz, a public apology to Popeye, because he has made all four of us, to some degree, more or less, liars and deceivers, because he lied about what he said in his interview with Yadz Amodia Vlogs. So by lying and saying that I never said I had a harem, well, he did many, many times. I never said that I wanted a harem, but he did. I never said I wanted to make love to two ladyboys, but he did. I never said anything of the sort. Prove it, Fazio. Well, now I'm going to prove it. And you're going to make amends, either verbally or not, for what you said to destroy my good name and Daisy May's good name and Yadz Amodia reputation, because she had nothing to do with this. You manipulated an innocent woman to do your dirty work. Just like when we go to my notes, people are going to see what a disgusting human being you are. because I'm going to go over the notes of the video, and then we're going to find out if the video, well, I know it's available because I have a copy, but how much of that video can I play? That's questionable. Let's go back over here. My best guess is Yadz. She's on a mission to feed the children of the Philippines and is trying hard to get YouTube views, which is why I give Yadz a 100% pass. Scott has a horse, a fox, and a couple of gorillas. Thank you, Scott. Stand by. We are experiencing some yeah, we did there for a while. So Michael Hunt, Mike Hunt is in the house. Mike, H-U-N-T, Mike Hunt is in the house. Flat Earth Society, welcome. Flying Circus. He's here, baby. That's so effed up. Flying Circus, one of the greatest editors on YouTube, second only to the great Popeye 1. And we're going to see if we can get Flying Circus to agree to somehow let us see the narcissistic personality psychopathic disorders that are in play on YouTube from a particular guy who says, I never said I had a harem. This kind of person, says Scott Del Fuego, never apologizes. Narcissists, we're talking about NPD 3, type 3, personality disorders with a high level of psychopathy, aka a total psychopath. This kind of person never apologizes, just doubles down and lies some more, ridicules more, bullies more, and bribes more. CFD, welcome. Jack Thompson is here. You can play all of it, right? I mean, the big proponent of free speech and never being a Karen or inviting in cancel culture would never try to silence you, would he? Yes. Yes, he would. He did. He did, in fact, try it a few weeks ago. So Flying Circus, go for it. Let's see. Let's see what Flying Circus, let's see. Let's go to Flying Circus. Yeah, because this guy is going to do everything he can to strike this down, even though it's the truth. So first let's go to Flying Circus. Let's see if Flying Circus has that available. Because Flying Circus is the greatest editor. I don't see it yet. Flying Circus. Flying Circus. Flying Circus is a little paranoid as well. Okay, so what we might have to do is I might have to play a little bit of that video. But no video. You might just hear sound. And then, if the cancel culture guy that believes in free speech, if he, who is in fact the biggest Karen on YouTube, look, first let me get out what I need to get out from the notes. I think I just got a mail. Maybe we have an update. Maybe. I don't know. This is a touchy subject. This is really touchy. Because the guy who says he's not cancel culture, he's not part of the he's the one that's gonna, okay, George. All right, thank you. Hold on a minute. Hold on. This is something else. Okay, George, we'll talk. We'll talk in the morning. Thank you. I got it. Yes, I did. Now, let's get, Flying Circus. All right, so let's go to my notes. My notes are true. And then we'll play the video. If we have to, we'll play the video. What do I care? So let's look up the word psychopath first. Because this is what we're dealing with. We're dealing with a type 3, NPD3 personality disorder, and not borderline psychopath, but a full-on psychopath. So, unstable and aggressive person, a person affected by a chronic mental disorder with abnormal or violent social behavior. Now, this person would not necessarily represent a violent physical personality on YouTube because he's got too much to lose. Yeah. Okay. All right. So, well, yeah, if you want to put links up to your channel, you're always welcome to put links up to your channel. That'd be great. Or any channel. I don't care about that. So this is a psychopath. The psychopath was on Yadz Amodia's channel, Lying and Deception and Fraud. When you say that Michael Thomas Fazio is a liar, prove it. When Michael Thomas Fazio has for months said he has 26 of your videos. Now, what did you think? I only had the ones from Bamboozas? What did you think? I only had the ones when you were in Manila with Honey Co? Did you think those were the only videos I had? Those are 7 of 26. There are 19 videos going back to when you wanted to have love with 2 ladyboys. Now, if you asked me what timestamp it is in what video, I have to go back and review 2, 3, 4, 5 hour videos. But I don't think we're going to have to go there today because I have in this video that's going to be linked to the channel shortly, I have proof of everything except you're stating that you wanted to make love to 2 ladyboys, but everybody heard it. So it doesn't really matter. Anybody that goes back to the days of the big cheese knows what you said. But if you demand somehow prove that I said I was going to make love to 2 ladyboys, after they listen to the Flying Circus video, nobody is ever going to question my word about anything. And that's what today's video is about. You people can say whatever you want. You will never catch me in an outright blatant lie regarding anything important, especially if it looks like I'm trying to destroy somebody's reputation. It's because I have the proof that if I wanted to do something like that, I could. And now you forced me to out you for the fraud that you are. So let's see what we got here. Okay, so Flying Circus is sharing with you, and now let's talk about what Flying Circus might be sharing with you. Let's turn this around. Here we go. And there are 2 links here. Now, I can't play the link, but you can. And let me tell you what's in those links, okay? First of all, You Can't Handle the Truth. Remember that movie, You Can't Handle the Truth? Nobody that's friends with this giant man who's befriended him, nobody wants to talk bad about him because 3 reasons. Look at me carefully. There's a song. I forgot the name of the guy who made the song. Black Guy. It's a blues song. Nobody badmouths the man with the bread. And who has more money than anybody else on YouTube? The man who had to show 10,000 US dollars in $100 bills and then it being converted into Philippines pesos when he was going to help Barry Jordan get out of jail. So we know it's one blogger and not the other. Okay, so he had to show 10,000 US dollars, which we all believed he had. He also buys people, and he does that with donations. Now, this same man has given Big Cabin about upwards of 12,000 US dollars. But in one day, he gave the big cabin somewhere between $5,000 and $7,000 to wipe out the big cabin's immigration fines. That's 7,000. Let's just say that's 7,000. Another 1,500 for a plane ticket. That's $8,500. He paid $300+ to square up big cabin's credit card bills a few months back. That's $8,800. I've seen him give $500 in cash over the last year in super chats to Big Cabin. Or Big Cabin has said thank you for the donation that came in on his PayPal. So that's $9,300 that can be definitely that I saw, that I added up in my head. For what reason? For what reason would you give Big Cabin $9,300? And this, we can go on a lateral level. We can ask, for what reason have people given Barry Jordan upwards of $12,000 in the last 5 years? Because you people that donate money to these demented bloggers, and there are many, are just as sick as they are. Either your personality is that of a monger, where you relate to being a monger, you wish you were a monger, you want to be a monger, or you want to do what mongers do, and you give people to show you mongerism. That's a sickness in your head that you believe for you is okay. For me, it's not. So the number one reason, in my opinion, that he gave Big Cabin all this money is for notoriety. Because I don't believe Big Cabin is gay. Let's just clear that off the board right now. I don't believe Big Cabin is gay. I would never say he is. I never insinuated about it. I never thought it. But the guy with the bread, now he, on the other hand, has some questionable characteristics. Very questionable characteristics. And in the video that Flying Circus just posted the link to, you are going to listen to some of the sickest crap you have ever heard on YouTube. You're going to hear him talking about vloggers that we are friends with. Sweet Skate Vlogs, who I've always been friends with. I have nothing against Princess Anne. He's going to say the name Princess Anne. He's going to say the name Sweet Skates. He's going to describe how tight Sweet Skates is. Is that any of our business? Nope. But he did it multiple times. Then he moves over to his new concubine and or lover of his wife. The girl that just came from an Arab nation. And then he describes a half a dozen sexual acts with her. How long it's been going on, and inclusive of what she tastes like. Did we need to know that information? No. But he put it out there on the internet. And then he said that I don't have a harem. And he said Fazios a liar in one live stream. And then Fazio is, without saying my name, you're a troll. Only a troll would say I have a harem. And then Yadz Amodia, the naive person that she is. So let's clear this up. You don't have a harem. No, Yadz, I don't have a harem. So let me ask you a different way. You never had a harem. No, Yadz, I never had a harem. And you never said you had a harem. No, Yadz, I never said I had a harem. In the video that Flying Circus put up, that's the first thing. He's yelling out the name Fazio. Fazio! Fazio, this is my harem. He's yelling it out. My name, and that he has a harem. Because, why? Because he didn't know I had 50 plus hours of his videos saved. So it's okay for him to lie and insinuate that I lied when he, in fact, is the fraud and the liar. And not knowing that I had all of these videos, he said, prove it, Fazio. You're a liar. Prove it. He said that on Big Kevin's show. So I did. And I didn't even go in depth. I only reviewed the first 2 or 3 minutes of 18 hours of videos. 3 videos are like 17 hours and 20 minutes. Filled with little sound bites and tidbits of what one woman tastes like, another woman what she wants, a man that begged him to give it to his wife while he watched. This is all recorded, dude. It's all recorded. It's all in that 50 hours of videos. All of it. Would I lie? Well, when you listen. Now, you have to understand, Flying Circus's link is just audio. But the original sound bites that came from the original videos are all visual, video, and audio. But we took that stuff out so there wouldn't be, and age restricted the video, so there would be no counteroffensive from the man who believes in free speech. So you keep talking about Daisy May, another word about Daisy May, and I'll review another video. 2 more words about Daisy May, and I'll review 2 more videos. Another word about Daisy May, 3 words about Daisy May, and I'll review another video. Keep talking about Daisy May, I'll find the Ladyboy comment. Go ahead. Keep it up. You called me a liar. You said, prove it, Fazio. You're a liar. Now we proved it. So what are you going to do? Are you going to retract it? Apologize? Now I want you to understand something. I don't just want you to say you're sorry. I want a retraction and an apology describing the things that you're apologizing for. I apologize to Miss Daisy May for saying that she slept with every man in Bahal. We know that's not true. We know that was a lie. We know it was made up by another narcissistic type personality. And I repeated it out of ignorance. That would be the beginning of a nice apology that you really need to think about. Because if you don't, then everybody will just say that you are a narcissistic psychopath, incapable of apologizing. Another part of the apology would be, Fazio, in all the years I've known him, you went against me with that bum Warren Hunt. You went against me with that other narcissistic psychopathic personality type. Knowing he was lying, you went against me for that as well. Saying that I have more trust in your word than I do in Fazio. Knowing that would get me upset, knowing it was lie, knowing it was false, knowing it was psychopathic to say it so that you could get the result you wanted. The result you wanted was people to turn against me. Now, it's my turn to show people what you are. So the apology needs to be in depth. The other psychopath that I got the information that Daisy May was sleeping with everybody in Bohol, that man is truly a liar. That needs to be included in the apology. The other part of the apology is that in all the years I've known Fazio, when I said that I wasn't sure if Fazio plans for the hotel were real or not, you knew they were real. I had showed them to you. That you need to apologize for as well. But you wanted drama. You wanted drama, not understanding that people did, in fact, copy your videos. And now I forgot all about them until you said, prove it, Fazio. You're a liar. Prove it, Fazio. You said it. You challenged my word, my reputation. So I am going to bury you with truth. That's a fact. Say Daisy May's name in vain again, and I will look through another video, and I'll find the soundbite that you said men, plural, ask you to take care of their wife while they watch. And then how many of those women had to go to the hospital after you were done with them? Tell me I don't have the soundbite. Go ahead and say it. I will go and research. I will listen to 50 hours of that garbage to find that soundbite. It's in there somewhere. Just like the other ones. So you are the fraud. You are the liar. You are the manipulator. And you made Yadz look a little foolish because she believed you. Not because she's ignorant, but because she's not used to people with a manipulative level that you have. You are the most manipulative person on all of YouTube, in all of YouTube history, because you are the best at it. There's another guy that really stinks at it, and he's your best friend. He's the man you quote. He's the man that said that Daisy May slept with every man in Bohol when I was in America. Well, we know that's not true. But you repeated it as the truth. And this is what you get back in return. Because when I said something that was true, you said, prove it, Fazio, you're a liar. So how do you like the fact that it was proved? You think I'm harping on this subject? Go ahead and say something bad about Daisy May again. Go ahead and do it. Go ahead. See what happens. It'll just get worse. I will spend the time to look for the sound bites. And when I said I have 26 videos, it's more than that, but it's 26 videos that have your name, that are on your channel, that came from your channel links. There are more that came from the Big Cheese Corsairs channel. Those are, I didn't even look through those yet. And I'm not gonna. I think you should apologize. I think that would be a good idea. And if you don't do it, well, we'll just leave it at today's video. Let's go to my notes. You know I like to make notes. Okay, let's go here. Let's talk about what's in the video. Okay, so first of all, like Jack Nicholson said, hold on a minute. I got the sun. The sun is coming in here. We need to block a little bit of that. Okay. Jack Nicholson said to Tom Cruise, you can't handle the truth. So Popeye, who has ignored me but not condemned me, not blocked me, and not done any kind of verbal harm to me whatsoever, I will say thanks for giving me that much latitude in all of this. Yadz hold on a minute. Yadz my best guess is she is on a mission to feed the children of the Philippines and is trying hard to get views by having quasi-famous people on, whether they are infamous or famous. Yadz does not discern herself with those two words. Probably not a good thing, but I'm not here to critique Yadz's methods. However, she was manipulated bigly by one of the two biggest liars, frauds, liars, narcissists, even equal in measure to only one other, who also claims he has never done any harm to anyone, even though there are 12,000 negative comments have been hurled at him over the years. And I need to get a pillow in front of the window. I gotta hold on a minute. That light is destroying my concentration. There we go. Now, that light was destroying my concentration. So, Yadz was manipulated. Now, as for Yadz, let this be a learning. Now, as for Yadz, let this be a learning experience for you to not take anyone at their word, especially in order to appease anyone with a psychopathic personality. But Yadz, I have to be fair. Now, look, you guys need to look at me, okay? I have to be fair. No matter how nice of a person I believe Yadz is, no matter how much I want you to go to her channel and donate money for the children, I'm going to be just as firm on the fact that Yadz does not have an evil bone in her person. She does not have an evil mindset. She does not have the ability to lie to people. She is, in my opinion, a genuinely nice person that was never subjected to the disgusting habits of people like the fraud and the other fraud. Narcissistic type 3 personalities, NPD type 3s. She was never subjected. As a Filipina, why would she be? She would not. These people were not brought up in a big city where it's dog eat dog. Yadz was probably brought up in a loving family where everybody nurtured one another, not figured out how to manipulate or backstab their best friend at the end of the day in order for a couple to make a couple of dollars. She probably wasn't brought up with that kind of a mindset. So when she was defrauded, defamed, and manipulated, she didn't know what was going on. I'm never going to believe that. And I'm never going to say a bad word about her or her channel or her cause. Never going to happen. She just doesn't have what we call street smarts. She got manipulated. And even when I went on that video to post a comment, it was the end of the video, and somebody removed it. I was already blocked. Somebody had me hidden on the channel. I don't know how that happened. But I would have gotten into quite a big argument on Yadz's channel, which is not my place. My place, if I want to rebuttal, like Popeye's friend said, you take care of your own issues. But I don't have an issue. I didn't have an issue with you. I don't need you. Let's be clear. I don't need you to defend me. I wasn't asking you to defend me. I was showing you the guy's a liar and a fraud. Because you need or want something from him, and you're willing to sell a little piece of your soul. That's up to you. I just made a clear and present statement. The guy's a fraud. But you, at the same time, on Popeye's show, were defending P.A. Trucker for something somebody said that was not true about P.A. Trucker. So where is the delineation mark? Where do you discern that you can defend P.A. Trucker for a lie against him, but when Fazios said that he was lied to in reference to P.A. Trucker in the same manner, Fazio has to fight his own battles? And then you made a big stink about it instead of just eating it like you should have. You have this psychological problem where you think that one thing is right and another thing, which is the same thing, is wrong, because it offends somebody that's feeding you something. I don't know what they're feeding you. Could be cash, could be a place to stay, it could be a harem, could be phone numbers when you get here, could be hotel rooms, could be anything. But you have sold a tiny little piece of your soul where that guy doesn't have enough money to buy a tiny piece of my soul. There's no money that he could throw at me that would be worth it to me to admit that he's a good guy. That'll never happen. I'll admit that he's a good guy because he gave me 20,000 US dollars. Oh, that was really nice of him to amend, to appease me for his lies and deception against Miss Daisy May. But I will never admit that he's a good guy. I'll just admit that that was nice. I know he's not going to give me $20,000. I'm not asking for that. But there's no amount of money, especially you who have sold your little piece of your soul for a room, a phone number, part of the harem, a place to stay. Who knows why you did that? I don't know, and I don't care. But when you defended P.A. Trucker against somebody that badmouthed P.A. Trucker, and it was a lie, and I pointed out that the same thing was done to me, you said defend yourself, Fazio. Fight your own battles. Okay? We're done now, right? Me and you, we're done? Except for that one little thing that you said, which I find pretty... that you want to be with another man's woman just to say that you were with another man's woman. I just think that's really strange, dude. I think that's really strange. I would not be one of the people that egg you on to find another man's ex-woman. You know what I think about that? Let me tell you what this is a direct message to the guy who said he wants to eat a certain kind of fruit. Scott Del Fuego explained it to me best. If you meet a woman in a bar, a club, a restaurant, a mall, a food store, the street, a jeepney, a tricycle, a Zumba class, and you go out with the woman, okay, and you start dating her and you like her, that's cool. But to date another man's woman, Scott Del Fuego described it as such, where if I went out with a woman and that woman decided that she liked Scott, Scott described going out with my ex-girlfriend as him sitting down in a bus and seeing a piece of bubble gum stuck to the seat or the railing in front of him, and him picking up that bubble gum and eating it. It's just something that real men don't do. But you, that was pretty strange. That was one of the strangest things I ever heard. I want to go out with somebody else's ex-girlfriend. That's crazy stuff, dude. And you could say whatever you want about me on the video. That's crazy stuff. I never wanted to go out with anybody's ex-girlfriend that I knew who they were. of course, we're all going to go out with women that dated other men. Married, dated, did whatever. But to know who it was, and then to say that you want to eat a certain kind of fruit, that's crazy stuff, dude. You said it, and just like you said, fight your own battles, Fazio. Okay, there you have your answer. I didn't ask you to defend me. I told you the truth about what somebody was doing, and you had an argument. You wanted to make a big deal. And all those, every conversation that you have, is don't mistake me for YouTube. You probably should chill out on that front as well. Every conversation is about that. You're not going to do anything to anybody when you get here. Everybody knows that. You probably should chill out on that. Probably take other people's advice that told you to chill out on that as well. But you want to make a big stink about it, go ahead, make a big stink about it. But if you want to go out with somebody else's ex-girlfriend, that's crazy stuff, man. That would not be on my menu. Now, let's go back to the psychopath with the narcissistic type 3 personality disorder. What makes a person a psychopath? What makes a person a psychopath? Instead, psychopathy is characterized by an extreme lack of empathy. Psychopaths may also be manipulative. Okay, so Yadz was manipulated, and a lack of empathy would be from the psychopath describing how tight Sweet Skates, aka Princess Anne, is in a public venue, and a psychopath lack of empathy would also be describing his entire sex history with honeycomb. That's psychopathic. If someone did that, that would be a psychopathic type of thing. Psychopaths may also be manipulative, charming. Oh, he charmed Yadz, that's for sure. And exploitative. Let's see what exploitative, let's see if that word has to do with this commentary. Exploitative, because most of you and myself are not real sure what exploitative means. Well, we got to go back here and get that word. Exploit. See how I copied that word and it didn't show up in Google? Because Google is just not working lately. Paste. Exploitative. Exploitative meaning making use of a situation or treating others unfairly in order to gain an advantage or benefit. Making use of a situation or treating others unfairly, Yadz, in order to gain advantage or benefit. Just like he exploits the fella that's coming here to the Philippines as a friend, but he does it for advantageous purposes, for his benefit. To make him his benefit. See if that word has to do with this commentary, exploitative, because most of you and myself are not real sure what exploitative means. Well, we got to go back here and get that word. Making use of a situation or treating others unfairly, Yadz, in order to gain advantage or benefit. Just like he exploits the fellow that's coming here to the Philippines. Scott Del Fuego, we're back to the comments now. I put down the definition of exploitative for you people. That is what happened to Yadz, Amodia. Scott Del Fuego says one of the most revealing videos that exposes the inky black underbelly of a manipulative, lying, evil person that masquerades as some moral high ground do-gooder. Oh, that's the video that Flying Circus just posted the link for. This guy is truly a disgusting human being. Not the part about him having sex with sweet skates. If we didn't know about that, it wouldn't matter. But the fact that he had to describe how tight sweet skates is, what she tastes like, that's crazy stuff. And he did that in a public venue. Mike Dowdy is in the house. Michael, I looked up, man, I spent, here, we'll just go up here to prove it to you. Watch this. I'm going to put down glasses. Before I even get the word glasses up there, you're going to see that I looked this up. Why can't we get letters on that? Glasses, G. Oh, man, hold on a minute. My keyboard. My keyboard. Where's my keyboard? Wherefore art thou? I can't, there it is right there. There we go. No. I can't get, okay, let's try this. Why can't I get hold on a minute. All right, let's try that. Nope, I can't get, let's try this over there. I can't get, oh, this darn computer. What a piece of junk this computer is. Okay, if I take this out and I put that plug in that hole, talking about. Okay, let's try that. Nope, no love there. I don't have a keyboard anymore. Oh, that's wonderful. Piece of junk. I have to restart the computer to get the keyboard. Maybe. No. Anyway, I could do it a different way, but I tried to find 4.5s on the glasses last night. I looked for it. I'm not getting a keyboard. Wow, that's, you know what I could do? I could do this. Hold on, I'll get that. I want to show you that there we go. Wow, look at that. Look at that. All right, glasses, G-L-A-S. It should have been readers, R-E-A-D. R-E-A-D. Readers.com. There it is, right there at the top. Best online reading glasses. I tried to get the frames that are strong and have a 4.5 lens quality, but I couldn't get it. I don't know why. The stronger lenses are something like this brown one here, but they only go up to 4.0 right here. This is the last page I was on. And then if you say find my power, you can find the power, but not with the frames that I want. So it's not like I didn't try, and I spent about 40 minutes trying to do that last night. But I'm going to have to go through it again. Okay, Michael Dowdy. Let me get, I want to try to post what manipulative, exploitative means. Thank you, Michael, for stopping by. We will talk, and I will try to find a 4.5 power lens in the frames that I want. Mike Dowdy says, Scott, how are you doing? I jumped over and watched Flying Circus video. 2 thumbs up. Excellent content, says Mike Dowdy about Flying Circus's link. DNC Human Circus. I always imagine Foz has 6 coconut batteries, a la Gilligan Island, wired in series, powering his computer. Coconut. You can make a battery out of a potato, out of a tomato, anything acidic. With the treadmill, putting the Swamp King on a treadmill. That I looked up Swamp King 5000. It comes right to John Blazer's page. Thank you for the laugh, DNC. The Gilligan's Island. I love Gilligan's Island. God, I love that show. And now, well, I won't. Now, here's what's in Flying Circus's video. Well, I won't post the video clips with the truth that's in them for legal reasons. All the videos are inclusive of faces and known personalities. There's no CGI. And this is what will be shown or heard in the video, Flying Circus video. Let's just put that Flying. Okay. Save that. Many definitive statements directed at Fazio with my name. My name saying, Fazio, this is my harem. Yadz, did you hear that? He says, Fazio, this is my harem. My harem is many. And there are many 19-year-old college girls in my harem. Yadz, he says that. That's number 1. 2, many admissions that not only is there a harem, but it includes 19-year-old college girls. 19-year-old college girls from a man that was pushing 55 years old is proud that he has college girls 19 years of age in his harem, and then shows their faces, and they're all saying hello. So this isn't some black screen college party that's happening in a discotheque. These women actually come up to the camera and say hello. Faces have been removed. So a 55-year-old man is proud that he pays for all of the expenses to have these girls be part of his harem, and that many of them are 19 years old, and all of them he has had the pleasure to be with. Yadz, this is your buddy that did this, not my friend. And I know he's not your buddy. I am being a real jerk, Yadz. I apologize. I know you had nothing to understand that what a liar he was. But we're going to make this known right now. This has to be known. It has to be known the type of psychopath, the type of psychopath, narcissistic personalities that are on here claiming to be truthful, honest individuals. The so-called man also explains how big his appendage is by the inch several times. big his appendage is by the inch, by giving you parts of an inch, exact measurements. He also goes on to explain how many women he has sent to the hospital after making love to them, and they were ripped apart. This is your buddy, the psychopath. You people want to believe him. This is what he put in a video. This is on Flying Circus's channel. Which girls had, by name, the tightest of the tight? Which girls by name? And each of these girls he mentions by name are well-known YouTubers. So he has no remorse, no class, no couth, no honor whatsoever by mentioning these girls by name and describing whether or not they were tight, what they taste like, how they did this, how they did that, where they did this and where they did that. And his favorite part of this entire video is what they tasted like and who tasted the best. And in general, a most perverse snippets of YouTube history going back 6 years. Why did I do this? Because that which Fazio was demanded to prove that they were even said in the first place, Fazio has now done. Calling Michael Thomas Fazio a liar and saying, prove it, Fazio, prove that I said that, Fazio. Well, now you have your proof. Now, if there really was free speech, we could have put the videos in their entirety up and reloaded them with the faces, the channel links, the women in question, and the person saying the words. But being that he has decided to try to strike anybody that posts his stuff with faces and channel links, we can't put the truth out there. So by YouTube changing the rules, the truth can no longer be made public to its entirety, but the sound bites are enough to settle the issue. That will not be tolerated by any of you sick bloggers ever. But his biggest mistake was talking about an innocent girl named Daisy May and insinuating that she was a whore. That was your mistake. I told you that was your mistake the day you made that mistake. And I told you I had the videos, and now you have been subjected to the truth. All of you. By going to the Flying Circus channel and reviewing the video that Flying Circus put the link up to. Okay, volume is gone. Oh, man, did I? No, okay, I probably had my hand over the volume. Okay. How's that now? DNC, funny, funny, funny. He'll notice in 10 minutes when he reads the chat. I get sidetracked with the truth, justice, and the American way. Prove that I said that, Fazio. Now you have your truth. Well, he does have the mime shirt, so... And we have volume again. Wow, that microphone is in a weird place. You're right about that. It's right at the bottom of the screen, right where I had my finger. So I was talking about all of what's in this chat here. Who said what? How tight a girl such and such is? What girl tastes the best? He has a harem. And which girls it include? The harem includes 19-year-old college girls. Many admissions that not only is there a harem, but it includes many 19-year-old girls. So we have a 55-year-old man proud that he has a harem with 19-year-old women. I think that's pretty sick. You guys want to defend him for any way, shape, or form? That's your prerogative. You could even come on here and defend him, so we know who you are and what mindset you have. But you're not going to make it right, in my mind. And all of this would not matter. Having a harem with 19-year-old girls, I could care less about that. Only thing I care about is he said, prove I have a harem. That's what I cared about. Having a woman that is tight or not tight, that doesn't matter to me, but he posted it on YouTube, and when I talked about it, he said, you're a liar, Fazio, prove it. When I talked about how he lied about Daisy May by stating someone else's lies, he said, prove it, Fazio, you're just jealous. Yeah, I'm jealous of a pervert. I'm jealous of a person I wouldn't. I'm jealous because you have money. You're one of the sickest, most disturbed human beings on YouTube. Period. Nobody else is sicker than you. And that supersedes the other guy with the narcissistic type 3 personality disorder, borderline psychopath. The two of you are almost on a balance beam. The only difference is you did all your sick stuff 5 years ago and thought it was all forgotten. I have it all. 53 hours at best guess of your sickness on the Chi Corsair show and your show. 53 hours of this garbage. How you disgustingly display Sweet Skate, a.k.a. Princess Anne. How you disgustingly display Honeycomb. What they taste like. What does what. Who does where. How they do this. You're a sick, sick, sick man. And now you said, prove it, Fazio. Well, I proved it. There you go. Proof. And I'm going to go back to the comments now. That dude is a pig. Okay, now look at me, Scott Del Fuego. Anybody that fixated on publicizing their sex life or prowess is a weirdo that belongs in a dirty movie theater with a handful of Kleenex. 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 When was the last time anybody used that word? Okay, Kleenex. Yeah, so I pushed the wrong button. Hold on a minute. I got to get this. Okay, we're back. Okay, so any of this stuff that we talked about, that I talked about just now, any of it, all of it, it's okay for that stuff to happen. What's not okay is to publish it on YouTube. Do I have a problem with... I have a problem with you talking about Daisy May. In case you didn't notice, you talked about Daisy May. I don't let anybody talk about Daisy May. Okay? Not because there's still love. We're not getting married. She's just an innocent person. I'm not going to let you destroy her reputation. Ain't going to happen. And to the other guy, remember what I said to you too. Remember that. So, you want to forget Daisy May's name? Okay, that's a good thing. That'll be like the best thing that could possibly happen. You want to continue? There's other things There's many, 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 many more things. But well, don't mention Daisy May to this psychopathic NPD personality disorder that called me a liar and prove it, Fazio. Don't mention her name unless it's in the form of a very, very detailed apology to Daisy May. That's what I would think that you should do. Whether you do it or not, that's up to you. But you deserve everything that's in the Flying Circus video link. I wish that you weren't such a fraud, because Mr. Freedom of Speech himself would flag the video if I posted it on my page. Because he is not really about freedom of speech. He's more about freedom of his speech if it doesn't interfere with his agenda, which is to make himself look like a great guy. So now we all know what you are. You're a sick man that should seek psychological help, because you got away with it all of these years, because you said, prove it, Fazio. Prove I said that. Okay, now that I proved it, now what? Prove that I have a harem. Okay, we proved you have a harem. Prove that you're not lying, okay, I proved I wasn't lying. You want to go to the next level? I'll find the rest of those sound bites. I don't want to. I don't feel like listening to 45 more hours of that crap. But I will, if need be. Or I'll just give the task over to somebody else. I know Popeye would love that, but he won't do it. And that's okay, Popeye. That's fine that you wouldn't do that, because I understand the camaraderie that you have with your friend. He needs something from that guy, and that guy is supplying him with something. I don't know what it is. Now, I have no idea what it is. Got to be, to me, it's a financial or somehow beneficial, a place to stay, things to do, places to go, people to meet. Somehow there's a benefit in there that for me would not be worth it, because I could just go make my own way no matter where I am. But if you want to take the shortcut, you're only going to be here 5 or 6 weeks, and you want to take the shortcut and kiss somebody's buttocks, that's up to you. But don't say, none of your business. It's you fight, you defend yourself. I'm not fighting you. You're not fighting my battles. We'll go back to you one more time. You're not fighting my battles, but you're fighting Pennsylvania truckers' battles. For even less, because we know that Pennsylvania trucker is not what he was called. We all know that's not part of the case. We know that Pennsylvania trucker is not what he was accused of being. But me, you want to have fun with the drama? We'll have fun. You're the one that wants to eat fruit, not me. You're the one that wants to date somebody's ex-girlfriend, not me. Now, if you go and date somebody and they happen to have been with a man named Peter a year ago, and you happen to run into Peter in the store, well, that's a different thing. But you want to actively seek Peter's girl. That's insane. The fact that you posted it publicly, that's insane stuff, dude. That's beyond the pale. And if you don't know what the pale means, it's outside of the community. It's beyond the pale. It means if there's a community of like 50 people and they're all selling fruits and vegetables and you're beyond the pale, you're on the outskirts of the city selling straw or mule dung or something like that. Beyond the pale. It means you're an outcast. That's you. Beyond the pale. I want to go actively seek Peter's girlfriend. That's crazy stuff. Here's my email. Email me. Give me your number. You are actively seeking another man's girlfriend or ex-girlfriend. That's crazy. No wonder you guys are friends. I'm not sure what's going on here. The video, I'm not real sure what's going on here. Hey, thumbs up, Coffee House. Thank you. Okay, so, now I have what I did this week, well, what I did yesterday is rather than lose a lot of really great videos, I'm bringing a lot of videos that you people have never seen of the Philippines over from my other channel. And one of them is, well, it's a 6-7 hour hike to the underground river in Palawan, in Coron, El Nido? No, Coron, Palawan. It's the underground river, above ground hike, which takes about 5 or 6 hours. And it's through the mountains and through the woods, and then up some pretty vertical climbs. If you're not physically fit, and you're going to see that at the time I was overweight and not unphysically fit for the trip, but not physically fit to keep up with everybody that was in their 20s and early 30s, and I slowed them down in the trip, the whole trip, from the beginning to the end. But the reason I slowed them down is because the night before I hired, this was my second time back to that underground river. And this is something you need to get used to here in the Philippines. So let's just say the hike was going to be, let's just say it was going to be on Friday morning. Okay, the day doesn't matter. So while I was in Sabang, S-A-B-A-N-G, Sabang, Palawan, Sabang is where the boat leaves to go to the underground, world's longest underground river tour. Sabang, S-A-B-A-N-G. So the boat leaves, about 200 boats gather at the pier in Sabang, Philippines. And you get on and you pay a fee, I think it was like 800 pesos each. So for Lucky Lucy, 800, and for me, 800. So you get on this boat. This is all going to be published in the next few weeks. And the boat takes you on a beautiful trip outside into the ocean a little bit. And then you go to a cliff. I could show it to you, but I'll describe it first. And then you'll see the cliff, and then you go into an inlet. And then you get off the boat, and there's thousands of monkeys. Real monkeys when you get off the boat. And they all gather around you, and they try to take your camera or your bag. If they take it, you're not getting it back. So you got to be careful with what you have. They'll take your hat, and they'll run away with your hat. You're not going to get the hat back. So I don't know if there's thousands or 500, but there's hundreds of them all over the forest. They're everywhere. So you get off on this beautiful beach. You can go swimming there if you want. And then you walk on a wooden catwalk. We'll call it a catwalk. It's a lot of things, but it's not so safe. But it's called the catwalk. So, and you get to another place where there are river boats. A different kind of boat. There's the pump boat you got off, then there's a boat. Now bring a flashlight, the biggest flashlight you can, if you have, it's okay. And you get on a boat with 16 people on the boat, and you go into a tunnel. And the tunnel has stalactites and rock formations, and It goes back several miles, but you only go back 1,400 feet or less. I'm not even sure how much it is now. It might have been 1,400 feet. But in that 1,400 feet, you see enough of stuff that's 1,000,000, they say it's 1,000,000 or 2,000,000 years old. And you see these giant rock formations that are made out of lime juice, where it's white and crusty. It's a beautiful trip. So that's one way to get to the underground river. The ones I loaded took all day yesterday to load 12 videos, a zip line video and one water video from about the same area, underwater diving video. And then I have several dive videos that I loaded from my other channel that you guys have never seen. So they're all monetized, and they're all okay for children to watch. But the trip that I went on Thursday night, well, I met the guides. The guides, they stay at a certain part of Sabang. This is what you got to get used to when you come to the Philippines. So there's like 12 or 13, 14, 15, 20 guides. And they all hang out together where the booths are that sort people out for the next day. Like, you might want to go to the underground river above River Tour, or you might want to go to the underground river water tour, or you might want to go to the waterfalls in Sabang. There's a waterfall. It's not worth the effort, but you might want to do that. Or you might want to go on a safari. So the guides are there. I hired a guide on Thursday night. And I think his name was Michael, because he was my guide once before, the time I came before this. But he was not the tour guide per se. So I think his name was Mike. You might hear me talk about him because he didn't show up. So thank you, Scott, for the post. But it makes no difference. It's not going to happen. And unless I'm kissing somebody's Badinsky, I ain't gonna. It's okay, Scott. Thank you. So I hired a guide. Now, I know I don't want to go with other people. I don't want to go with anybody else. I hired a guide for the day, 700 pesos. For the guide, 800 for the trip. So 800 is what you pay for the trip, but I hired the single guide to be my only guide. He gets 700 for the day. So the way you rent the trip is 800, and then the guide gets 700. So if there's 7 people, everybody has to chip in 100 pesos. If there's 3 people, everybody has to chip in 233 pesos. So he gets 700. So I hired a guide. I think his name was Michael. I'm going to pay his salary, 700 for the day. I want to go with him and him alone, so I can stop and make videos all along the way. And he don't show up the next day. So the girl, the big, heavy-set girl, let's get her up here. She's also a guide. Not much of a guide, though, I'll tell you that right now. And she shouldn't have been a guide. And I did say that to her, in fact, in the video. And one of those videos I had to remove because her and I had words. Me telling her she should not be a guide. First of all, okay, so they have none, zero medical training. Zero. The guides, zero medical training. Nothing at all. Nothing. Scott Del Fuego, he comes in banging a pot. We got to get a pot. So thanks, Scott. So the guide, let me get that pot. That pot's important. We need to get the pot. Another, Christmas in the Philippines, baby. It's Christmas in the Philippines. Oh boy. Oh boy. Hold on a minute. That pot, I can hear the pot calling me. Oh, look at this. Scott with a lot, baby. Scott with a lot. Blue skies in the Philippines. Blue skies on my board. Blue skies are what we live for. Blue skies in the Philippines, baby. Blue is the color of the day. Blue is how we say thank you. Blue skies lighting up my screen. Oh my God, it looks like an obscene place to be if you're not green, says Scott Del Fuego and DNC. Thank ye, thank ye, thank ye. So let me give you this guide's inability. The guide, the lady, the big heavy set lady, she had no, I say no medical training whatsoever. When I asked them, where is the first aid kit? They said there is none. I said, what kind of medical training do you have? None. No medical training. But here they are, taking you into a forest, a canyon, a river. We had to ford a 4-foot deep river with no medical training, no medical kit. The two guides, the heavy-set woman and the other man, who you're going to see at the end, neither one of them had any water. No drinking water. 6-hour trip. No drinking water. They did not bring drinking water. I had a gallon. I whacked it up between 3 or 4 people. And by the time I was to the site, my water was almost gone. No one else had any water. And I would not share my last half a quart of water with those people, because that was my last half a quart of water, and it was 110 degrees. 115 degrees in the sun. 125 degrees in the sun. It was hot. And they got mad at me because I wouldn't give them my last half a quart of water, and we still had 3.5 miles to walk over plains and fields, rice fields, in the sun, all uphill. They got mad at me. Thank you, Scott Del Fuego. Thank you, Scott Del Fuego. Thank you, DNC. Thank you, Scott Del Fuego. Salamat. I thank you a lot. They had no water. They had no medical kits. They had Zippo when it came to safety. I was the only man with a rope in his knapsack. I was the only man who had duct tape. I was the only person that had gauze and medical ointment to put on scrapes and wounds. Thank you, Scott Del Fuego. So this is what? I see blue, I see green, I see colors on my screen. I see blue and I see green. I see Gilligan's hat above my brow. They had no water. They had no medical kits. They had no rope. They had no tourniquets. They had nothing whatsoever to save a life. We were on our own, come heck or strife. We were screwed if there was a medical emergency. We were screwed if I didn't bring rope to make a tourniquet with. We had no water. No one brought water. No water. And this is what they charged. 800 pesos per person, not per trip. 800 pesos per person went to the guide, the agency, 800 per person. And 700 went to the tour guide for his salary plus tips. DNC, he made me say the word green, and green is on my screen. Green screen. It's not CGI, it's green screen. Thank you, DNC. I sold a kidney to support the fires. Hardly rich. I sacrifice foods and vacations to support the host. That's true. That is in fact true. Scott Del Fuego and I, we talk about a lot of stuff. Scott had to refinance his motorcycle in order to get here today to put those super chats up on the board. And that's a motorcycle that has an estimated value of $30,000. Scott is getting pennies. And plus now he has a mortgage. Thank you, DNC. DNC hits me with $9. Let's see what rhymes with the number 9. Let's see what rhymes with 9. 9, 9, 9, 9, 9. From DNC we have the number 9. Without my water, they wouldn't have lasted to the summit. If I didn't give up my water, the trip would have been canceled halfway. DNC, he came in with $9 and saved the day. Scott Del Fuego comes in with 9 plus 2 plus 1. That's $12. To make Fazio bang the bell and have some fun. Let me show you a little snippets. DNC sold the kidney to support the FAS. Thank you, DNC. Thank you very much. What are they giving for a kidney nowadays? $9. $9. Scott, you should have been able to do the math on that. 6 plus 3 is 9. That was all the kidney donations. The last time I talked about a kidney donation, that was a long time ago. Hey, thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you. I wouldn't let a kid go penniless less than $11. Thank you. For a penny. I wouldn't let a kidney go for less than $11. Okay, that heart is in the way. Thank you, Scott. Let me show you guys the video links for what I'm going to be posting this week. Okay, so this woman here, you got it. These are the links for the videos. World's longest underground river. Look at this woman here. She was the person that told me my tour guide was not showing up. So let's just open this up. This is the lady. Look at this woman. Okay. She thought everything was funny until she ran out of water halfway along the trip. I said to her, where is the man who was supposed to be my personal tour guide was a licensed tour guide. And he did tours in other countries also. I'm not sure if it was Colombia or Peru. He was not Filipino. And he did tours all over the world. And he traveled during tourist seasons all over the world to do tours. But that day he just got drunk and didn't show up. So this woman here, she decided, and here we are on the beach. This is the beach of Sabang, Philippines. And this is an actual camper's sack. It's not a pouch. It's an actual knapsack. It's one of my knapsacks for my hiking trails and adventures. This is the beach in Sabang. This is not where we're going, but the waterfalls is in this area here, in the back here. You got to walk along this beach, I would say close to 2 miles. Well, now we're going to go we're going to get on a Jeep now, and we're on top of the Jeep. This is Sabang. This is the police station over to the right here. This is the tour guide who has no business being a tour guide whatsoever. Not one bit. She had this bottle of water that she bought before we left on tour, but that was her only bottle of water. And she drank that before we left. So here is our ride, and we eventually get on top of this jeepney. Some of us got up on top. Okay, so that's the next thing. So these are going to be a series of about 15 videos. This is going to be a series of about 15 videos. So my tour guide did not show up. He got drunk. She tells me I can give her the 800 pesos for the service. And then now there are 2 tour guides. The other man who you're going to see in my videos, who was also not a licensed tour guide, not any licenses. He had no medical training at all. I have a little bit. He had no medical training. They did not have a first aid kit. I had a first aid kit. And I had enough stuff to save a life if it wasn't that bad. I understand how to do it. I've done similar things before, but they had nothing. They had nothing. They didn't have Band-Aids. They had nothing. 2. So now there's 2 people that get 700 for the day and 800 for the trip. But 800 for the trip is well worth it. But the tour guides, neither one of them had water. So we were like a mile into the trek, and I had a gallon of water. And they said, we have no water. So I gave them half a gallon for her bottle, her empty bottle, and somebody else had an empty bottle, one of the men from Europe. And I filled up their bottle. I said, that's it. I'm not giving you any more. I need water. Okay? So they were mad about that because on the way back, I had a half a quart of water and nobody had water. And they said, well, I said, well, you're going to go on a 6-hour hike and you didn't bring water? That's not my fault. So they all got mad. I said, I'm not going without. By the time I got back, I had drank all the water, and it's 3.5 miles to the top of the mountain, and it's 3.5 back. What's a half a gallon of water for a 6-hour hike up several hundred feet up the mountain? And some of it is vertical, and it's all 3/4 of it is in the hot sun. What is a half a gallon of water for somebody like me? You see me drink a half a gallon of water while I'm sitting here talking to you people. In fact, I'm going to drink water right now. I have ice water, which is too cold to drink. But I'm going to have a little bit. I've been talking for damn near 15 minutes. I haven't had a sip of water. That's cold water. Look at that ice. Ice water, baby. So, imagine walking 7 miles and hiking up at least a 300-foot, 400-foot incline when you get 2.5 miles to the mountain. And then having for 7 hours having a half a gallon of water in the hot sun. Because we left at 7:30 in the morning, and by the time we got, you have to take the jeepney 4 miles, I think. Then when we came home, the jeepney, the people left. I wanted to make videos. I want to stop. I want to make videos. No, we're not stopping. I said, well, then you go without me. We can't do that. Why? You have no medical equipment. You don't know what to do in a medical emergency. You don't have a radio. They had no satellite phone. Nothing. And once you get off the jeepney, there's no signal in the mountain. There's no signal. By the time you get to the base where they drop you off, the drop point, there's no signal. You have to have they had no satellite phone. Nobody has a satellite phone. But so I'm going to stop and make videos. You people can go if you want. So 6 or 7 people went ahead, and one guy stayed behind. And he's going, come on. And I'm going, well, dude, you go. I know how to get to the top of the mountain. I've been here before. It's a path. It's not a marked path, but I know the path. It's up the mountain. You're not going to miss it. It's a well-trodden path, but there's no markers. But along the path, you can fall down. You could fall down quite far. You could fall down 15 feet off a rock face. You're not going to just get up and walk away from that. It's like climbing up a rock ladder. And that was where that was a problem. The guy pushed me up the mountain, and I lost my grip on the rocks. That video had to be removed because I don't know how to edit that stuff out. That video had to be removed. After that, it was all downhill. After that, that guide had to stay no less than 15 feet in front of me or behind me. I would not let him get anywhere near me because it was the second time he screwed up. He pushed me up a hill thinking I needed his assistance. And I lost my grip and almost fell 12 feet down off the rock face. That would have been, I don't know, what that would have been, but you got to be careful. It's not, if you ever decide to take the trip up the side of the mountain, I did it in shorts. Everybody else did it in shorts. Probably not such a good idea. We all got bruises on our legs from the rock. It's a lot of rock climbing where you actually hold on to a rock and then put your foot in a rock and then pick yourself up onto another rock. And it's only one place like that, about 12 feet high. But you only have to touch the coral with your leg and it rips the skin right off your leg. A very, very sharp old coral. It's just not a place. If you have a pair of hiking pants, it's good to wear those. But anyway, let's get back to the business at hand here. I'll show you just looking at that woman gets me nauseous. Knowing that she had no license to be a tour guide. She had no medical training. She had no bandages, no tourniquets, no phone, and no water. She imparts on her touring guide with no water. 6.5, 7-hour trip. Okay, let's go back over here. So let's go. I don't know what part this is. We'll just randomly pick one. We'll randomly pick part number, whatever part this is. And we'll go over here. Yeah, she... All right, so we'll open this up. I don't remember her name either. Oh, yeah, this is a great one. Oh, yeah, look at this. So, nobody has a rope except me. And this river, I'm putting my waterproof case on. This river was supposed to be a foot deep. And it turns out that the river was 4 feet deep. So now I got to repack everything and put everything in plastic bags. And the whole thing, the whole entrance is just slime. Apparently there was some sort of a rainfall. So this river was supposed to be a foot deep, and now watch what happens. We're holding this stuff over our heads in a flowing river because they didn't know, and they didn't have a rope to go across the river. Okay, this fella took my bag. He was the tallest man. He was from Europe, and he was a professional hiker. Okay, so this is about 3 feet of water. At some point, there was a deeper part, which was 4 feet of water. And then we have to ford this, and this was one river that was supposed to be 8 or 10 inches. So I don't know how deep this. I could be wrong about 4 feet. Let's see. See if we find that guy there. We got to go back a little bit. 3 feet. He's a very tall man. He's 6 foot and change. Okay, so it was 3 feet deep. But there was a spot here that was deeper, like an indentation, which was 4 feet, because I walked through it. I remember that. Either way, they had no idea that there was deep water at all. And the whole of all of everything you see, every bit of this trip was on slimy mud because it had rained the night before or 2 nights before. On this part of the path where we went up was slippery, and one person had to hold the other person and pull them up, or there was a vine. But on the way down, everybody just sat down and slid down this path. It was a lot of fun, actually. Now, here is a vine, but that vine did not serve a purpose to go across the river. So we had, oh, look, there's the orange hat. In fact, this hat is from Sabang, Philippines. So this is quite the trip, and this is all documented, but it's all wet. And now this water in this river, you could drink it right out of the river. It's spring water, and not where there was mud, but you could drink the water right out of the mud. And this was the tour guide who came with no water. Do you see anything in her hand? No. Do you see a water bottle? No. Do you see a first aid kit? No. Do you see a backpack? No. Do you see any kind of equipment? No. And her phone didn't work. That's it. This was my tour guide right there. The lady in red. And the other man had also no water, no backpack, no rope, no tourniquet, no first aid, no medicine, no aspirin, no nothing. They just had sandals. Whoa, rockscapes. So, and this is the man who carried my backpack. They were from Europe, France, Poland, like that, from Europe. They were very nice. They were very nice people. Maybe this was the 4-foot place. I'm not sure. One of these places was 4 feet. Maybe she was, oh, no, I know what that is. This is the entrance where the water goes into the underground river. That part is very deep. Okay, let's go back to DNC. Had made some comments here. Thank you very much, DNC and Scott, for the super chat. Thank you. Scott says, hardly rich. I sacrifice foods and vacations to support the host. Coffee House, thank you for stopping by. $9 for a kidney. Should have asked for more. Bye-bye, host. Bye-bye, Coffee House. I wouldn't let a kidney go for a penny less than $11. So it's got a little banter there. Back in the days of the mustache of mindfulness, right after the beard of wisdom. Oh, God, the beard of wisdom. Those were the days. Why is pulled out of the coconuts there? Yeah, I never put my hand on that part of the phone before. Apparently that's where the speaker is. Thank you, Scott. I'd only be able to give first aid for a suckling chest wound. A sucking chest wound. But then I'd wonder what the hell kind of tour I was about to go on. That would be really terrible. The DNC is talking about a bullet wound. Tour of Chicago. Okay. That would be where you'd get a sucking chest wound from a tour of Chicago. So this is what I'm going to be posting next week. And why do I mention these videos? Because all of the people, it all goes back to this bum who called me a liar and the other narcissistic type 3 personality disorder, psychopathic, borderline psychopath. It all goes back to these two guys trying to destroy my good name when neither one of them, listen very carefully to me, neither one of them have ever, not even one time, ever done an adventure video. Never have they done. Neither one of them have never been on an adventure. Neither one of them have ever hiked a trail and showed you the video. Neither one of them have ever gone scuba diving. Neither one of them have never done a penetration into a wreck in 120 feet of water, underwater. Neither one of them are certified scuba divers. Neither one of them have ever shown either one of them in the water. Neither one of them have ever shown a hiking video. Neither one of them have ever done any kind of adventure video. Never. Never happened. Think about that. Why am I showing you my adventure videos? Because that's what life is. Life is an adventure. Neither one of those two people, the two biggest narcissistic NPD type 3 personalities, the two biggest ones on YouTube, borderline psychopaths or psychopaths, neither one of them have 1 minute of adventure videos in their repertoire of videos. Not 1 minute. Now, have they walked somewhere? One guy walked to the beach a few times, but now it's too hot to walk to the beach. And the other guy, his job allows him to go to different parts of the world. And he walks around. And he goes, look, that's the Eiffel Tower. And that's a museum. But he never went into the Eiffel Tower. He never showed you a video of what's the tour of the Eiffel Tower. Look, there's the Eiffel Tower. That's adventure to go on the tour. He didn't do that. Or I didn't see it. But neither one of them have ever done a real adventure video, hiking in the woods. They go to a place and they eat expensive food, or nice food, or good food. But they don't do adventure videos. They're both NPD type 3 personality disorders. They're both narcissists that believe their content is somehow interesting or amusing or even good. When it's not, it's garbage, in my opinion. It's pure garbage. If you show me a picture, a video of you walking in a restaurant with 3 other people and ordering food, so what? Where is the adventure? You walking into a bar. You know one of the most disgusting videos for this one particular psychopath, psychopathic personality disorder type person that I'm talking about? One of the most disgusting videos was when he did 2 things. He brought a woman that hadn't consumed alcohol for 8 years into a bar in Manila and got her so drunk she couldn't walk and she got sick for the next 2 days. But what did he expect that was going to happen? That's disgusting. If someone said to me, I haven't drank in 8 years, I would say that's really nice. But you're not going to be drinking with me in a bar, in a public venue, and get so sick, fall down drunk, you can't talk. And then we're going to talk about that you're now in a relationship with my wife. And he publicized that. Oh, yeah, that's sick, man. But either way, moving back, neither one of them have ever shown you an adventure video. Not one, ever. I have hundreds of adventure videos, thousands maybe. Owning a barge was an adventure. Operating a crane, an adventure. Operating a bobcat, an adventure. Punching holes in the ground with a drill rig, an adventure. Driving a truck, load of trailers behind the truck loaded with tools is an adventure. From Florida to New York City, I hired, somebody used to hire me to bring, I used to pick up 3 trailers in, it was off 70, it was off Alligator Alley. You go all the way across Florida, across the Everglades, and there was a trailer shop. I used to buy 3 trailers, and they'd put 2 trailers on top of 1 trailer. That was 75 miles. I think it was I-75. And then they'd put 3 trailers, 2 on top of the first one, and then I would pick up equipment in another location in the same area, and I would load up my truck with 15,000 pounds of equipment and 3 trailers, and then drive to New York. That's like a 4-day trip, because maximum speed I would go would be 50 miles an hour. But that's an adventure. None of these people have ever showed you an adventure. None of them. Going to the beach, but do we see you in the water? No. Standing on the beach sand, that's not an adventure. That's just not. Swimming, diving, scuba diving, jumping off a cliff, venture. Owning a barge, an adventure every day. Deep water diving in 130, 120, 110 feet of water, penetrating into a wreck. That's an adventure. Need these 2 narcissistic type 3 personality disorder psychopaths, not 1 minute of adventure on their channel. But they blah, blah, blah about me being a liar and a fraud. Go ahead, do it again. Watch how much time I spend reviewing some of Chi's old videos. I'll find what I'm looking for. I'll find it. It's there. It's there somewhere. Rest assured. The videos you used to do back on the trail of the beach past the goats were always great. Now, that was from Alona Beach. You're not allowed to do that trip anymore. I did that trip with the Chinese tourists, the Chinese delegate. I know exactly what you're talking about. Hold on a minute. I got to show the chat. You're talking about Alona Beach. Past the goats, Alona Beach. You're talking about Alona Beach. At the end of the beach, there was like a 16, 18 step cut into the rock wall at the end of Alona Beach on the west end. Then you could walk 3-4 miles to the end of Pang Lao, to Dragon Head Pang Lao, uninterrupted. But that would be something you would have to do. It would take you 8.5 or 9 hours to walk those 4 miles, because a lot of it was through mangroves and along the beach line. And if you took your time to do that trip, it would be about 1.5 hours to go the first mile, because you'd stop and look at the goats. There were wild goats. There were many places where there were cows. There were ducks, many places where ducks had a breeding ground in there. And there was also a hog farm that you could see the wild hogs. Well, they were hogs on a farm. But then as you went further down, you went past where I lived, the Blue Water Hotel, the hotel that I stayed in. But then we only walked up to my hotel when I took people on an excursion. And the excursion was from the Alona Beach to where I had my hotel. Then we walked up off the beach and then up the road, and then they took a tricycle or a jeepney back to Alona Beach. But that would take about 3 hours to do that trip, because along the way there was an abandoned hotel. That was a beautiful place to have a snack or have your lunch. I tell people to buy a bag lunch. And that was a nice trip. That was a nice trip. But you're not allowed to do that at all anymore. Somehow, even though it goes against the code of the Philippines, you're not allowed to pass the hotels on the beach side anymore. You have to go up to an illegal fence that blocks the first 75 feet from the water's edge. And then you have to walk 1,200 to 1,400 feet up to the road. There's a fence. Then you could go into the hotel and then back down to the water, where the water is, and then with a guard, and then the guard lets you out of a gate on the one side. There's a gate. On one side where you walk up to it, there's no gate, because that's where the tourists walk up to. They see that fence and they turn around. Now you get out of that gate, and then after that is the abandoned hotel. But then they made another 1,400 room complex. 3 complexes were 1,400 rooms incorporated. Now those beaches are cut off with another wall, but there's a guard at the wall. And they tell you, if you want to cross the beach, 200 feet of beach, you have to give them 300 pesos each. Or you can walk up to the street, which is 1,400 feet, walk around the hotel, and then walk back down to the beach, and then make a right again, and the next hotel, they might want 300 pesos as well, each person. That money is not for the hotel. That money is the guards getting money from you to pass. That money goes right into their pocket. So we did have to bring the police when I was with the Chinese delegates. I said, you can't charge us money for that. Yes, you have to pay. I said, you know what? We're going to go through here, or you could get the police. So they brought the police, and the police said, you can't charge these people money. And they had to let us go through for free. Plus, they were the Chinese delegates. They were the real Chinese delegates from China on a trip from China to tour the Philippines. The police didn't want no part of that. So those Chinese delegates I spent a week with, because they lived on the property. They took me out to dinner. I took them to the restaurants that were reasonably priced and good food, so they didn't get a tourist trap. And they paid for my dinners. They paid for my boat trip. They paid for everything. But they got it. I was their tour guide, but it was just food and travel expenses, and we had a blast. And I sent and they told me all about China. The things I could tell you about China are not believable. The Chinese delegate, oh God, Spernips. That trip to New York that Scott's talking about, that trip. Okay, so I'm on my way to New York City, and there's a place that sells fresh tomatoes, and I had bought a loaf of bread, and I had a quart of Hellman's mayonnaise, and I made mayonnaise sandwiches until tomato seeds came out of my ears. I remember that trip. Oh, those were good tomatoes. The farm-grown tomatoes. That's something you're going to miss when you get to the Philippines. You are going to miss that. You know, I could find that video. I could find that. Let's see. I could go over here. I could go here. I think that's a hoodwink channel. I still have trouble figuring this out. And I wonder if I can put tomatoes in the search engine. I remember that trip. In fact, that trip was a trip, actually. I met a lady where I was having those tomatoes. And I had bought almonds from my daughter's mother. She made cakes. She loved making cakes. She was a baker. She baked a lot of food. And she wanted almonds. And there was a place, I don't know, wherever I was where they sold almonds. And some other kind of fruit or vegetable. I'm not real sure what it was. Either way, I spent $50 buying almonds. Tomatoes? Was that the place I bought the tomatoes? I spent almonds was like $50, which wasn't a lot of money, but you know, that's a lot of almonds when you're buying it from a place where they have almond trees. And then I got online, and I put the stuff online. I went back to get some more stuff. I don't remember what it was, but I come back, and the lady rings up the other stuff. It was like $50 altogether. And I go to take out the money, and the lady says, no, it's no charge, sir. That day with those tomatoes, that's why I remember that day. And I said, what do you mean? It's not? She goes, that lady over there, she paid for you. I said, why would she, who was that lady? She goes, I don't know, but she paid for everybody. Everybody in the store. She paid for everybody's food in the store. Everybody that was online. And I said to her, let me give you the... No, she wouldn't take any money. So her and I talked for a few minutes, and she goes, I got to go now. And she goes, I just came into a windfall, and I wanted to share it with everybody. She paid for everybody in the store's food that was online. So that's why I remember the tomatoes. I might have even mentioned it in that video. But let's look for the tomato video. Let's go over here. I have to be careful what I show you people when I turn the camera around, because some of the videos I reposted on Hoodwinked, but only to make it easy for me to get to. All right, tomatoes. 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 0. Let's look up tomatoes. Tomatoes. Did I spell it right? I think I did. It's the 4th one over from the flag. Tomato. Ah, tomato. Okay, tomato. All right, it's the 4th one over from the flag. Well, it's not tomato. It's not tomato. Tomato. Let's try that. No. Let's try that. No. Okay, let's try almonds. I don't know. I did not back then. Almonds. MONDS. Almonds. Nothing. I don't know. Trip, New York. Let's look up Trip, New York. New York. Trip. 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 Florida Keys to Key West. Tiger and Kate. Go Fast Boat Trips. Alpha Male. Barge Dragon. Michael and Daisy. Fat Fazio. Cut. Ah, we might have it. We might have it. Might be able to find that. It's a private video. Oh, it's only 4 seconds. That's not it. Okay, it's that trip, though. No, it's gone. The shortest distance, broken barge dragon. No, I don't have it. I'll look for that, Scott. Thanks for the reminder, though. I remember that day, though. That lady she bought a lot. We're not talking about, she might have spent $1,000 on foods for everybody online. Maybe more. I don't know. I'm shutting down some windows that I had open at the tops because you know how I am with the when I do search engines and stuff like that. Now this one is Hoodwinked. Okay, this one is Alpha Male. We could shut that down. This one here, we're back to the comments. Yeah, I just looked for the tomato sandwich one. Flying Circus. Are Spurnips an advent? Oh, God. Oh, man. Spurnips. Imagine if people knew what a spurnip was. That would be an adventure. And you gave it to them for a lucky charm. Or they might send you on an adventure. Or says the Flying Circus he's a very good editor. Not as good as Popeye, though, but he's a very good editor. He is the one that edited. Hey, is the psychopath NPD type 3 personality guy that called me a liar and said, prove it, Fazio. Are you watching? Are you enjoying my video, Real Man videos? Because you call me a little man and a mouse, but you yourself have now been called out on the carpet for a liar, a fraud, a deceiver, psychopath, NP3 personality disorder, for sure. And you have no adventure content. So calling me a liar is one thing, but saying that Daisy May is a prostitute or a hoe, that's a whole nother ball of wax. A whole nother ball of wax. Nobody have I ever let get away with that. One guy, but when I see him, then he'll understand that that was a no-no. That was a no-no. So that guy, he just did it recently too, but he thinks I didn't see the comment. I saw the comment. You go into somebody's channel and you snipe it and then you leave. But anyway, the one guy that made it real clear that Daisy May had slept with every man in the hall, we're almost even. We'll be even when you write out a long drawn out apology to Daisy May, Michael Fazio, Yadz, and Popeye, because you embarrassed him as well. He hasn't stuck up for you per se, but he's allowed you to be on his channel, knowing what a fraud you are. So you should apologize to him for taking a little bit of Popeye's honor away from him, because you did that. Oh, and talking about honor, you know what else this clown did? We'll call him a clown, for want of a better word, or more legal word. Let me tell you what he said to me back when he was on Cheese Show. Now, I will tell you that this has to be put on YouTube as hearsay, because this was on the telephone. But he told me on the phone, not on YouTube, not in video format, not in Patreon, not any of those places where I could pull it up and show you proof. But I asked him, he was having a problem with another narcissistic, psychopathic type personality. And I said to him, sounds like you two guys are going to go at it. And he goes, no, those days are over. So he doesn't believe in violence anymore, just lies, deception, fraud, that kind of stuff. And I didn't push the issue. He goes, what I used to do for a living made me not want to do that ever again. So I asked him, what did you do? Now, this is just hearsay. It's only hearsay. No, it's not. I'm not quoting that he did this. I can't even prove that he said it. All I can say is that this is what he said. He used to be a sniper. And then I won't elaborate on what he did in the military. He was a sniper. It turns out he has no military service. And again, this is only what he said to me on the phone, not anything I could prove on YouTube or Patreon or Cheese Show or anything like that. But that's what he said to me. He said that's why he cut that guy slack, because what he used to do made him not want to do that anymore. And I just laughed. What else am I going to say? Well, I didn't actually laugh, but I thought it was interesting. But then I found out he was never in the service, and that was a little bit upsetting. Flying circus. Spurnips could be an adventure. No, an abomination. Flying circus says LOL. No, it's an abomination. Spurnips are a pretty... I think there's one step you could go further. The hamburglers, the chocolate hamburglers, but we won't talk about that. DNC, that's worse than the Spurnips. And then a guy makes... DNC has a guy. It's a video. You want to see the other side of... Look, me and DNC, me and Flying Circus talk all the time. The guy he's toast. Okay? When it comes to the places he goes on YouTube, I would never even knew they would exist if it wasn't for him. He has the guy who makes the Spurnips. The guy who gets up every morning and makes the Spurnips. Because it takes a lot of work to make the Spurnips. But you'd have to go to DNC. Flying Circus. That guy who makes the Spurnips also has a speciality when he makes hamburgers. And then he eats the hamburgers that he makes. That is the other side of insanity. That's the other side of insanity. DNC says, my dad grew up on a farm, tomatoes and mayonnaise sandwiches. Oh, God, I remember. My dad always had a beautiful garden in his backyard. My dad started planting when it stopped snowing in the basement, the big table that I built in the basement. Well, when we were children, that I had built a table 16 feet long when I was about 14 years old. It was a little bench, and there was a plywood that was fiberglass coated foams from the bridge that they built across the street from my house. We had taken some of the sheets, and I built a bench out of that, 16 feet long. And my dad would start the plants in like a cardboard, and he'd get the peat moss or the dirt, whatever, and he'd put a seed in, and then he had a light, an ultraviolet light, and then he would start growing stuff. But one of the things he grew tomatoes, eggplants, cherry tomatoes, plum tomatoes, and beefs, and regular tomatoes and beefsteak tomatoes that would grow this big. Now, you guys that are planters that grow tomatoes, you know that you can't have a tomato plant that's going to be more than 3 feet tall, right? You know that, right? Because the tomatoes are going to tip over the plant. It's just not going to happen. My dad figured out a way, and I'm sure other people have figured it out a way. He took the wire, the metal wire that you put down at the bottom of a slab of cement, comes in rolls, 4-inch by 4-inch mesh or 6-inch by 6-inch mesh. It's made out of number 9 wire, And the one with the 6-inch boxes of mesh, he would make about 18 inches in diameter. And he'd put that over the tomato plant. And when the tomatoes started to grow, he would take the branches and put the branches on top of one part of the wire. And as the plant grew up higher, he would take the branches, and then when the tomatoes started to form, he would put the tomato branches on top of the wire. He would have 6 foot or taller tomato plants. I have pictures of that somewhere. Because the tomato plant was now not limited by weight or volume, how high it would grow. Because a regular tomato plant would only bear so much fruit, and then the branch would fall down. But with the beefsteak tomatoes, they weighed so much, the plant never got higher than 3 feet. He would and every day he would go out and look for caterpillars, and then move the branches up to the next level when they were ready to be moved. He did that with the tomatoes and the eggplants. And the plum tomatoes, no need for that. They're just a bush. And the regular tomatoes, he would do that with the regular tomatoes, but they never grew more than 3 or 4 feet. But he had 6-foot tomato plants in his backyard. And we had tomatoes like this big. And we would buy a case of Hellman's mayonnaise when the tomatoes started coming in. My mom made puree. She made about 10 gallons of puree. She pickled the cucumbers. The cucumbers, the same thing with those wires, the same thing. But most of those grew on the fence. But if they put them on the vines, so if they went over to the tomato plant, he'd pick the cucumbers up and hang them from there. And that stopped a couple of things. That stopped something from the ground from eating them, and because a tomato hanging low on the ground would get eaten by a rat. Or we had also those things, I forgot the name of them, not muskrats, but not aardvarks. Those things that are in the backyard, the big ones, 18-pounders, not beavers, but I forgot what they were. But anyway, Dad was a farmer. The burger is posted a bit ago. Yeah. You didn't. Well, that's what he said he was. Now, would I, if I had to swear, and there was a box to put me in, that he said that, I would swear that he said that. And if I lied, then the box would make you disintegrate. I would say that because I heard him say it. I talked to him about it. DNC says, yeah, they were all snipers and Green Berets um, and Green Beret. Right. Well, that's what he said. Now, I know he said that. Now, if I didn't lie about him saying that he was in the harem, and I didn't lie about me saying that I have the videos, and I didn't lie about him sharing his women with other people, and I didn't lie about how he exposes women, why would I lie about that? I mean, that would be, for me, there's no reason for that. I don't see a point to it. I don't see a point to lying. But moving on, back to DNC's talking about farm stuff. Yeah, those tomatoes and mayonnaise. Now, DNC, what kind of mayonnaise? We only had Hellman's mayonnaise. Although there's other mayonnaises, I grew up on Hellman's. And I'm going to tell you something. You move to the Philippines and you buy Hellman's mayonnaise, if you can find it, it's not the same. It's just not the same flavor. It's Hellman's, but it's not the same flavor. Oranges. Oh yeah, I would buy oranges at Indian River. I would try to stop and see my friend Jim Newton, who was the policeman that let me stay at his house. And I would go to Indian River and buy oranges if they were in season. And Indian River is it's near what they call Newlywed and Nearly Dead. The name of the community is Vero Beach. Vero Beach, the home of the Newlywed and Nearly Dead. So that is in Indian River. That's where they grow the oranges for the most part of the United States in Florida. And that place has oranges. Yeah, if I could pick up oranges, I'd pick up oranges. But in South Florida, they don't grow oranges. You can have an orange tree, but it's not common. The burger is posted on Flying Circus's channel. If you want to post the link, feel free to post that. Scott Del Fuego says, if you want to expand your mind a bit, you can watch pretty much any video involving Zolar on Hoodwinked by an Angel channel. Great, deep, conscientious meaning of life stuff. We could get one of those videos and play it. Armadillo? No, not an armadillo. Not an armadillo. A possum. Possum. We had 18-pound possums. A possum? Woodchuck? No. No. Jackalope? Let me see. Possums. Possums, New York. I think it was a possum. Well, I could call up my brother. No, he's sleeping. Okay. Possums, New York City. They are native to New York. I'm pretty sure it was possums, and they were big. They are native to New York, and the expansion of their range into the Northeast is believed to have occurred mostly during this century, from 1950 onward. One likely reason for this expansion was the increased availability of food in the region brought on by the development of local farmlands and cities. So possums are native to New York, not just New York, the state, but also New York City. And the first time I ever saw a possum, I'm going, what? What? Really? I sound like Obama. Really? It was, and that's true. That was flying circuses sharing. Sharing is caring. Yeah, possums. That's what we had in our backyard. But not a lot of them, but I mean, when you see something like that walking around in your backyard, they only came out at night. You never saw a possum in the daytime. And homemade mayonnaise, that's good. My mom used to make homemade mayonnaise when we came back from upstate New York. My dad would buy like 10 dozen eggs, and we would make homemade mayonnaise with that. We made mayonnaise. My mom, my Aunt Adrian, and my Aunt Rosie, the one that never cleaned the house. Adrian cleaned, but Rosie never did. We all made mayonnaise. They all made mayonnaise. Sebastian, that's right next door. That is right next door to Indian River Inlet. That Indian River Inlet has the bar, the pool table bar, right underneath Indian River Bridge. That's where I used to hang out when I lived there. At the bar underneath the bridge. I think it's called Riverfront Bar. I don't know if you know that place. This was back in 1993 when I moved to Florida. There was a bar with a pool table, restaurant, and when you're coming down in Indian River, when you're in Vero Beach, you come down First Street, First Avenue, Fifth Street, then you hit the bridge. Underneath the bridge, there was a bar, and that was the bar. Well, I didn't drink in the bar, but that's where I hung out and had some of my meals, because I didn't want to have all my meals with Jim and that lady, what a sweet lady. Not Betty. Betty was his wife, the other lady. Sebastian, Indian River. That's a long, hard time since I heard that. Good deep sea fishing, too. Right out of that inlet is deep sea fishing. You're right about that. Opossums are great animals to have hanging out in your yard. Oh boy, let's go to Flying Circus. You ain't seen nothing yet. All right, let's click that link. Let's see what we got here. We could look at the link. Oh boy. Oh boy, what is this? I don't know. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. No. It looks like a brownie, but it's not a brownie. You could rest assured that is not a brownie. It looks like a nice chocolate piece of cake. It's not. Flying Circus has some stuff on his channel. Flying Circus, you're a bad man. You're a very bad man. LOL. Thanks for sharing. Sharing is caring. Flying Circus gives Aloe a shout out. Let's take a look at that. I think that's the one with the mask. Yeah, that's it. Hello. Hello.
Hello, my hero.
Hello, my hero. Aloe is on the run. I understand. I haven't seen Aloe on on the internet in 3 days now. Thanks for sharing that, Aloe, the great Aloe de Winter. But it has peanuts. It must be good. Yeah. Okay. So let me. What was I going to look up in that other show there? Hold on. I got to turn. Yeah, I have videos. You know, I'm going to tell you guys something. I don't have every video of every person, and that person that I shared with Flying Circus, the videos, I have 53 hours of just him. And I didn't copy those videos down to hurt his feelings or anything. In fact, to be honest with you, going back 5 years to Chi's show, remember Chi had shows for that would last 3, 4, 5, 6 hours? I didn't even watch her show. I didn't really care much for Chi's shows. Once she started getting into putting saran wrap and peanut butter on eggplants and stuff like that, but I did record them. I have the same program now as I had back then, and I recorded the shows. Figuring one day they were funny at the time. Now, do I remember him destroying Sweet Skate's reputation or Honeycomb's reputation? No. I did not remember that when I started going through his shows last week. I only went through his shows. They're on another channel that I couldn't remember the name of the channel. I had to go back 3 drives back. 12 terabytes of information. 9 terabytes of information. 9. I have a lot of shows recorded, let me tell you that. But I have shows with people's faces saying all kinds of stuff that's illegal, but I don't really ever plan on using them. But I have hundreds of videos with people talking about, with their faces. Let's just leave. We know what we're talking about and who we're talking about. But, you know, I'm never going to go through that again. That ain't going to happen. But that guy who said, when you're a liar, prove it. Well, then now you're putting up a challenge, and being that I have the material. So I had to go back in time. I have those videos stored on a drive somewhere. But while I recorded the videos, I have them stored on another channel. But I forgot the name of the channel. Then I forgot the password, but I had a code, of passwords for the channels I used to store videos on. I didn't even know that the video channels would still be there. They were dormant for a couple of years at least. I don't know the last time I posted a video on those channels, but anyway, YouTube left them there, and that's where they were, all of them. So I did not store those, and so when I was recording the videos back in the day of the cheese, the big cheese, I probably never even listened to the videos. I just pushed record and went to sleep. I go to bed at 8:30, 9 o'clock. I probably just pushed record and went to sleep. And when I wake up, if the show was over, I would, because those shows used to go till 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, 4 o'clock in the morning. I'm not staying up till 4 o'clock in the morning to listen to blah, 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 which is, for what reason? For what reason? Why would you spend all night listening to a bunch of morons talk about this, that, and the other thing? Especially, like, what benefit? I'm giving you information, but it might not be viable information for you, so don't watch. But I'm the only person on YouTube in the entire Philippine genre of the group of people that we're associated with. Popeye is a fantastic editor, but he's made 2 or 3 videos of him on an e-bike. That's adventure to some degree, but it's not adventurous. You know, it's not climbing a mountain. It's not scuba diving. It's not hiking. It's none of that stuff. But it's a little bit outside. He leaves the house. I know he's not afraid to leave the house. That I'm sure of. I'm sure he goes and does everything he has to do. But the other guy, the guy who never leaves the house, he has no adventure, nothing of interest on his channel except he talks. But I give you videos of all over the Philippines. Have any of there's the guy becoming Philippines. Now, I don't know who he is. I never watched a single video of his. But apparently he's a famous guy. And he done stuff that I would not do. No, I'm not interested enough to have an adventure, to live in a jungle, to eat scorpions. That doesn't interest me at all. But he did it, and that's big ups to him. I think that's great. I couldn't do that. I don't want to eat worm pork. I don't want to eat worm pork. But there's people that'll eat that. Okay? I don't want to do it. But that's an adventure. If you think that's an adventure. But for me, that even those people that they go to a bunch of mud, some mud hole somewhere, and somehow or another they figure out how to get a fish out of a hole that's filled up with mud. Oh, I would never do that. Nor would I ever eat a fish that came out of a hole that was filled up with mud. But that's adventurous. Now, put me in the ocean with a spear gun. Yeah, let's do that. But I don't want to eat mud crabs. I don't want to eat ocean mud crabs. I don't want to eat anything that lived under the mud. Or eels. Although eels are good. Smoked eels are delicious. But I wouldn't want to eat. I wouldn't buy an eel to eat an eel. I've eaten eels. I've eaten them fried. I've eaten them in spaghetti sauce. I've eaten them in marinara sauce with anchovies, fried first, and then you put them in the marinara sauce with the anchovies on top of spaghetti. I don't dislike eels, but it wouldn't be something I would want to buy and cook and eat. But that's, to me, I've gone eeling with an eel spear and caught hundreds, thousands of eels. We used to fill the boat up with eels, and then we would sell them. Well, I didn't sell them, but my uncle sold them. He would also bring them in. He was a fireman, and he'd bring them into the fire department, and they'd cook them up there. But I wouldn't. My grandmother loved eels. My grandmother, she would, give her an eel, couple of eels. She'd be out in the backyard skinning them and getting all that slime off of them and everything like that. She loved eel. My grandmother grew up on that. But I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't want to do it. I wouldn't be afraid to do it. If I saw an eel, I would catch an eel, skin it, and clean it. But it wouldn't be something I would go after to do. To me, that's not adventurous. But everybody has a different kind of mindset. But the guy that called me a liar, or the 2 narcissistic, psychopathic type personalities none of them, they have no content of anything on their channel other than blah, blah, blah. I went to Germany. No, you didn't go to Germany. Your company sent you to Germany on their dime. You didn't go to Germany. You didn't go to Switzerland. Somebody paid for your vacation. To me, that's not the same thing as paying for your own way. Now, because he did that, when he went to France and he showed you the Eiffel Tower, bullshit. Showed you the Eiffel Tower. Yeah, there's the Eiffel Tower. Did he go in it? No. Did he pay for the tour? No. Did he show you the intricate details of what the Eiffel Tower is, the measurements, the height, the weight, how much steel? No, he didn't show you any of it. There's a picture of the Eiffel Tower. Oh, there's a, look, that's the Rhine River. Oh, look at that. That's a cathedral. Did he go in a cathedral? No. That's not adventure. Go into the cathedral. Show us the marble entrances, the bronze doors that might be 5 inches thick, the ornate work that's made out of marble and granite and whatever other. Show us that stuff. Oh, look, there's a cathedral. Oh, look, there's the Eiffel Tower. Oh, look, that's the Rhine River. I could take a picture off the internet and see that much as he showed us. It's worthless chatter on YouTube. I go places, I do things. Now, not recently, but soon again. But you people, I have thousands of videos of doing real stuff, real life adventure. You guys have nothing. I went to a bar. You went to a bar. You went to a bar and you drank with 3 or 4 other bloggers. How exciting. And all of you people that thought that they were going to get together with me and go out to the Lobok River, after this video, probably not going to happen. I mean, if you want it to happen, that would be up to you. But I don't care if it happens. I never cared if it happens, and I'm never going to care if it doesn't happen. I have no wish, want, or will, need to meet people from YouTube. I would meet some people. But after all that, you guys allow other people to lie, defraud, defame innocent people. You want to have a relationship with somebody's ex-girlfriend. You want to yell at me because the guy was pumping money into your coffer. Because he's pumping money into your coffer, you want to take his side over mine. And now that you know it's true, if I was you, and I know now that the guy is a complete fraud, a liar, and a deceiver, and manipulated a good woman like Yadz, I would just stop talking to him. There would be no way I'd want to meet him. That's how I feel about it. I would just say, well, you know what? I don't want to meet you. Under any circumstances. I don't care if you're paying, you want to pay for my hotel room, you could do that, but I don't want to meet you. You're a piece of, but you also have, looks like you have the potential, those potential 10, that manga gene is in your nature, maybe, I don't know. Maybe it's the manga gene. I don't know what it is. I really don't know what it is about you people that somehow picking up a woman that's been with 17 or 18 other men this week in a bar as a bar fine. I'm not real sure that would be something I'd want to do, ever. I know it's something I've never done. Sucking. So we're going back in time onto Cheese show, the big cheese girl. Sucking on an eggplant was the last straw. But turnips and burgers are fine. LOL, flying circus. Right, DNC. Ha ha ha. That's, yeah, that, now let's just go one step further. Let's talk about Daisy May. She told me that putting peanut butter on an eggplant and licking it off was a common thing to do in the Philippines. But she had never done it. And I believe her because she just wasn't that type of person. So when you have bad words, you're not going to get away with saying bad words about Daisy May. And anybody who makes that mistake, I'm going to do everything in my power to correct that. Just remember that. And I'm not done. I may not be done yet. If I hear any kind of rebuttal other than a formal, written, and or apology to Popeye, Yadz, myself, and Daisy May, if I don't see that, this topic might pop up again in the near future if I go through one of those other videos. This guy is about as sick as I've ever seen. And I've seen really sick. That's true. Scott and I talked about this. Let me tell you how sick this psychopath narcissistic personality disorder. All right, Scott was the deputy chief of police of a big city in America. A big city, not a little city. And he's seen sick. But when I sent him the video of the psychopathic NPD3 type personality disorder, he got into it for about 5 minutes. He got up to the part where our friend Sweet Skates was discussed in great detail. What they did, how long they did it for, what she tasted like, etc., etc. And then the other girl, what she tasted like, and what they did, and how long they did it, and how long they've been doing it. Scott didn't get past that part. He didn't get up to the good stuff. He quit because he just doesn't like that kind of stuff. And me personally, there are videos that are 2 hours, 4 hours, 5 hours, and 6 hours. I don't know what's in them. But when I listened to the one I sent Flying Circus, I said, he's going to get enough out of this. I only skipped through the first 6 minutes of the video. That's it. I never watched the rest of the video. Everything that Flying Circus has in his video was from just one of 2 videos, but I think it's just from the first one. I did not watch the video. I didn't watch any of them, nor would I probably ever watch them. But they're safely stored away, and I uploaded a video to my storage channel just so that it would remain active. I had no idea where that channel was. I remembered the name of something, and then I looked it up in my drive. I put in the search box for a particular name, the guy's name, and it popped up in a folder, and the folder popped up as a Word document, and the Word document popped up as a channel name and a channel password. And then I got to the channel, and then I opened up the password, the channel with the password, and there they were, 53 hours of that cheese channel and the guy who called Daisy May a hoe. 53 hours. And I got past 6 minutes, and there we have it. We have it in a nutshell. Now, I may have mentioned it several times, but you people need to understand that when you're talking to people on YouTube, they're not necessarily telling you the truth. And you don't know. And then when you get somebody like me who's never been caught in a lie, although somebody says all Fazio ever says is a lie, where am I lying? Did I lie about being a scuba diver, owning barges, owning tugboats, owning backhoes, bobcats, drill rigs, trenching machines, dump trucks, pickup trucks, where did I lie? That guy's lying about me lying. Now, that guy has some even more serious problem because every day he tries to back up his lies. The other guy scampered off YouTube a few months ago with his tail between his legs because he was eating his own eye snot and nose drippings and dribblings that were coming out from the bottom of his mustache on Popeye's show. And then when I pointed that out, he kind of disappeared after that. I mean, I am sure that everybody here, everybody you'll ever talk to, has at some point in their life taken some eye candy off their eyes and maybe even licked it. Who knows? And now I'll go one step further. It's probably normal in a lot of countries because bodily fluids that come out of the nose and are constituted in your mouth. Put billions and billions and billions of bacteria in your mouth. Then that goes into your gullet and then into your stomach. People that eat their own eye candy and nose drippings in real life are more healthy than people that don't, or get sick less, because they're constantly bombarding themselves. Like what goes into your nose when you walk through the city. Let's say you walk through the city and you walk into a bathroom and you breathe in the wonderful smells that are in the Philippines bathrooms. Like in the ICM mall at the Prawn Farm, you walk into their bathroom, it smells like the yellow stuff, right? And worse. Now, some of those particles go on your nose hairs. Now, you go home and you pick one for the gipper and you consume it. There's germs and bacteria from the bathroom of the prawn farm. And also in the street, the dog does what they have to do in the street, and the sewage that dries up, that's in the street, and other types of bacteriological warfare is in the street, and that kind of stuff. And you pick one for the gipper and you eat it. The bacteria in that strengthens your immune system. That's true. So you could say that man who was on Popeye's show constantly cleaning up the drippings. Let's call it the gravy. And he was constantly doing that for 45 minutes. Well, he might be more healthy than the next guy. He might have a secret. I mean, he is a biological genius or something like that. I don't know. Talking about that guy is as sick as I've ever seen, says Scott. And I've seen really sick. Putrid face, putrid smile, the gag smile. Flying Circus says talking about it is one thing, but doing it on a live stream is nuts. That's true. That's true. Well, the pulling of the pants down. See, I never got that far into the video. Flying Circus made me aware that he was pulling down his wife's pants, his girlfriend's pants. I'm not sure whose pants he was pulling down. I never saw that. In fact, I didn't even listen to Flying Circus's video. I only read his show notes for the video. Because that kind of stuff doesn't interest me. What's wrong with an occasional sugar booger? Nothing. Nothing at all. It gives your body, your immune system, strength. You should know that. If anybody knows that, you would. I wonder, DNC with the hard, I wonder if the Spurnip guy is healthier than your average Joe. That's Flying Circus. I wouldn't doubt that Flying Circus has that guy's phone number. For some reason, I wouldn't doubt that those two guys talk. No offense, Flying Circus, but it wouldn't surprise me at all that you talk to that guy. I don't know that to be true. I wonder if there's a booger and eye candy sandwich on YouTube. I tell you what, I bet you there is. I bet you if we Google eating, I bet you, let's do it. Let's do it together. Let's share. Eating, I, now you can't put eye candy. You got to put eye junk. Because eye candy is, would come up with women. Okay, is eating boogers actually unhealthy? 90% of adults pick their nose. 90% of adults pick their nose, and afterward, many people eat those boogers. And it turns out that can be unhealthy. And, okay, that one says it's unhealthy.
What's that crusty?
But this one, there are others that say it helps you. There are others that say it's healthy. Oklahoma State Representative Mike Turner gets caught eating eye boogers. Wow. So we have our state representative from Oklahoma. I guess that's an Okie from Finoki, yeah? Yeah, now I've seen people, videos where it's healthy, and I've seen where it's not healthy. But you guys are going to have to do that research on your own. Yeah, that's something that you might want to do on your own. And then you could also, habits, form new habits. Fazios should have told me all this when I was 2, and my mom told me not to eat that. I think most people don't eat that, but some do. Apparently, I watched him do it for 45 minutes. That made me aware that he was a mentally unstable man. To do that, okay, mentally unstable for eating the eye boogers themselves, no. That could be his way of life. That could be something he was brought up. Everybody at the table, instead of having a cigarette after dinner, they all picked each other's eye candy and had snacks. That could be something that he did. But doing it on camera in front of people that may not be privy to the eye candy phenomenon of eating your eye candy and boogers, that made me think the guy is psychologically imbalanced. Not so much because he ate the eye candy on a public venue, but because he wasn't aware that he was eating the eye candy in a public venue. And this is how you know that Popeye is not mad at Michael Fazio. Popeye allowed me to say that in the video, and then left the comments in the video, and then left the video up. But it makes no difference because I copied the video. Now, do I care about that? No. But it made me aware that psychologically the man is not, no matter how much money he has, no matter how much money he gave Big Cabin, no matter how much money he's given Popeye's friend, if that's the case, no matter how much money he offered Barry for Barry's fiancée to become part of his harem, no matter all of that, unstable is part of his nature, because he ate the eye candy for 45 minutes and the boogers, and he didn't realize he had done it. That is somebody that you lose your train of thought for a moment in time. Okay, you lose your train of thought for a fraction of a second when something catches your eye. But to be not aware that you're eating your bodily fluids in front of everybody on YouTube, that made me aware that there's something psychologically wrong with the guy. I mean, we're not, no one is going to disagree. Go back and look at the video. Go back and look at the video. Everything I just said is true. Is he going to, go ahead, deny it. Deny that you didn't do it. Go ahead, deny it. I'll just put the video up. I have Popeye's video saved. Don't matter. So Popeye, again, thank you for not blocking me. Popeye does not want me to do what I do, but he does not stop me. Mucus fishing, says Scott Del Fuego. Mucus, MFS, mucus fishing syndrome. Oh, God, Scott. Scott's been wordsmithing again. Mucus fishing syndrome is a cascading cyclic condition characterized by continuous extraction of mucus strands from the eye. It is usually initiated by ocular irritation. Well, that happened too, from what I understand. He does have that Inspector Clouseau twitch recently, the last 5 or 6 months. But initiated by an ocular irritation. Now, let me tell you something about an ocular irritation. I had an ocular irritation. I had one of those. When I was, I could tell you her name. Her name was Diane. I tell you how it happened. Her birthday is May 27th. May 27th. And her husband just recently, like 5 years ago, said, "Why would you remember my wife's birthday?" I said, "Well, I dated your wife for a long time before she met you." And he goes, "But you would have to, you remembered her birthday?" I'm going, I wanted to marry your wife, idiot. I mean, she was one of the coolest girls I ever went out with. But anyway, I had an ocular irritation from Diane. Her name was Diane. Before I went out with her, she went out with Charlie Davino, who lived next door to me, the Davino family. And Charlie was about 6, 7 years younger than me and my brother. So let's say when I was 21, well, I had moved out of the house long before that, but when I was 21, Charlie Davino was going out with Diane. And she was just the sweetest girl. I mean, what a sweetheart she was. They loved each other. They were together every day. Davino's had a big pool in their backyard, and Mickey Davino, the father, worked for the sanitation department of New York City, and they had a garden, and there was no fence between our houses. Our families were good friends. And Diane dated Charlie till she was about 21 or 22 years old. And so that would make me 30. Now we're going to go to where I'm 30 and Diane is 21. So my brother had a party at his house. It was some kind of party. I don't know what kind. He had parties. My brother was an animal when it came to party. Anything with party. Party this, party that. So Fabienne, I was dating Fabienne, but Fabienne was dating God knows who else. So she was not coming to the party. But my brother's wife said, "There's a girl coming to the party." She did not know Diane. That's single. Maybe you'll want to date her. So I didn't pay any attention to that because I had enough women that I was dating at the time. So anyway, the party comes, and Diane comes into the party, and Maddie introduces Diane to me. "Diane, I want you to meet Michael. This is Tommy's brother." And we knew each other already 10 years, 9 years, because Charlie was a good friend of the family. Mickey and Barbara Davino were good friends of the family. But the sister Debbie, she was a little quiet, but we were friendly. She was my age. She was a little bit quiet, very quiet, but we never, no arguments or nothing like that. So anyway, Diane said, "Yeah, I know Michael." So that had to be in May. So maybe Diane and I were playing backgammon, because we had a couple of backgammon sets. Everybody brought their backgammon set to the house because we all played backgammon. So maybe Diane and I were playing backgammon, and I said to Diane, "It's your birthday." Maybe that week. I don't know if it was that week or the next week, whatever. So I said, "Well, let's go out for dinner." So she goes, "Well, just as friends." I'm going, "Of course." You know, we had no interest in each other. We knew each other for 10 years. We had no interest in each other at all. Nothing. Zero. I said, "No, we'll just go out. We go out to Guy Lombardo's. We'll have a lobster dinner." Because I made good money when I was in my 30s and 40s. So she said, "Okay." So we go to Guy Lombardo's restaurant out in Freeport. And we order whatever we ordered. And the song comes on, Lady in Red. So that'll tell you what year it was about. And she had on a red top. And the top had a thread hanging from, which would be her left shoulder, my right hand. And she had a thread hanging out of the shirt. A little thread, not much. And it was not a candlelit place, but it was a low light place. No candles on the table. And then, but I knew the words to that song because I loved that song. And I started singing Lady in Red, the song. And then I saw the thread. And then I grabbed the thread, but I didn't take it out. And I started singing Lady in Thread, Thread. And it happened instantly. We were in love with each other. Love. And we're going to get to how I got the eye irritation. She gave me eye irritation. Oh, God. After that, I was afraid for a long time. So that night, we realized that we loved each other. We had known each other for 10 years, but we just fell in love with each other. I mean, everything was Diane, everything was Michael after that. And I knew the father because he owned the biggest plumbing company anywhere that I knew of. He knew me. He didn't like me, though. He didn't like me because of my friends, and my friends were the people that you read about in the papers. So, but I had nothing to do with that. I was just a carpenter, but he didn't know that. So he knew who I hung out with, but he didn't know what I did. I just was their carpenter. So one day, a year later, we dated each other for a long time. The father let us date. He didn't stop her from dating me. But one day, she had a very big two toys, very big. They were really, really big. And one day I was on the floor and she was waving them around like the American flag. And the end of the two toy looked like a bowling alley pencil eraser. It was about long, about 3/4 of an inch long, and it had to be a 1/2 inch in diameter. And she was waving them around like an American flag in the wind. And one of them hit me in the eye. And it made my eye water. For a long time, it hit me directly in the eye. Like when I had my eyelid open, and it gave me eye irritation. And for years after that, I was very, very afraid of the giant two toy. So even still, I'll do this skit one day in the mall or somewhere. I'll say to the girl, "Wow, I'm afraid of you." She'll go, "Why?" And well, you got the giant two toy, man. I'm afraid. Why are you afraid of the giant two? And then when I tell them the story, they all laugh. Everybody laughs. So anyway, that happened. So I got eye irritation from a giant two toy with a bowling alley pencil eraser stuck to the end of the two toy. But that guy, I think he got the eye irritation from getting poked in the eye, but not with a two toy. That's what I think. And I think that. I'm not going to... I think that. Can you imagine being the survey guy who had to find out that 90% of adults pick their nose? What a terrible job, says DNC. That was the first The first link that I read. Yeah, 90. The second, it was the second link down, but the first one I read. That Spernick dude might have some variants, vagrants in his freezer. Vagrants. What? Vagrant. Vagrants. Well, that's variants or vagrants? A vagrant is a homeless person. A variant. In Tagalog. Yeah, a person without a settled home or regular work who wanders from place to place. Vagrant. A place to place and lives by begging. Oh, now I understand. Okay, so right there, that a vagrant or variant. I think the word that Scott was typing out was variant, but we'll find out. Scott will. Oh man. Okay, we got to get back over here. Okay, we got back. All right, let's get the chat back up there. I better get power into this phone. I think the Spernick dude might have some vagrants in his freezer. So let's put down, well, vagrants, variants. Could be vagrants. I mean, that guy might have vagrants in his freezer. Congratulations to Chicago, shining city by the lake, on your overcoming a reduced population, advanced emergency medicine, and reaching the 500 mark yet again in homicides. Great governor. 500 homicides, and it's only October. We had 1,800 where I grew up in New York. A mile from the house was the highest murder rate in America for like 10 years running, 1 mile from where I lived. And then where I did live, I lived in Howard Beach, which was separated from East New York by the Belt Parkway, by a big road, and also water. But, hold on, I got to put power to this phone. Okay, but a mile from my house was East New York, Brooklyn, right where I lived. And then I moved, at that time, in 1977, I moved to East New York. Now, East New York had the highest murder rate per square mile of any other square mile in the United States, and I lived dead center inside that square mile. Well, I lived on the edge of the square mile. It was by the Pinks on Linden Boulevard, and also, I forgot the name of the towers. Kennedy Towers, I think they were. It had the highest. The Pinks was a project 1,000 feet from my house, where in each of the 6 or 8 buildings, there was one murder a day, every day for 10 years. It was the highest murder rate in America, 1,000 feet, 1,500 feet from my house, in all of America and all of New York. And the highest murder rate at that time in history was 1,800 murders per year. And most of them happened within 1 square mile of my house. The largest percentage of murders. They accomplished all of that even without Beetlejuice. I honor this booger top. I honor this booger topic. I've been chopping on several. Well, if you get a good one, you could bang away on that for a half an hour or so. You could put it in between a couple of teeth and come back for it later on. I'm going to show you where I lived. To make, all right, we're going to go Pinks, Pinks. I'm going to show you where I lived. I could show you the street and the address, but I probably wouldn't do that. That would probably not be a good idea. The Pinks, Pinks, okay. Pinks Projects, Projects, Linden Boulevard, Lyndon BLVD. Okay, we'll look up murder rate. Murder. I don't know that it would have that stat in there, but let's take a look. Pinks Project, Linden Boulevard murder rate. That's right on the borderline of Queens. Okay, so let's go global murder rate. Let's click that link. What is the biggest housing project? The 10 most dangerous housing projects in Brooklyn, New York. Okay, and there it is. The Pinks are number one. And this is where I lived. The 10 most dangerous housing projects in New York City, Brooklyn are... These are the Pinks right here. Okay, so I just saw that on the previous page. I don't see the word Pinks, but I did see Red Hook. Those are low, small housing. Number 9, Van Dyke's, Howard houses, Brownsville houses. Lewis. All right, so it was the number 6 most murders and crime-ridden place. Lewis, Heaton, Pink houses. I lived 1,000 feet from the first Pink house, and you could not leave your house at night without a gun, ever. You could not sit out in front of your house at night unless everybody had a gun. You could not walk down from where I lived on Cosine Avenue to the stores at all, ever, at night, gun or no gun. And if you didn't have a gun, you needed a gun. That's true. So the Lewis, Heaton, Pink houses on Linden Boulevard are the Pink houses crew. Now, I grew up with Carlos, who ran the Pink houses crew. And he was one of my clients whose houses I used to build. Carlos was the guy in the Pink houses. So they were 24 8-story buildings, and they provided perfect ground for all kinds of mischief. Okay, this was the most... Now, in 1976, 77, 78, when I lived there, they were the worst. Now, the Tilden houses were bad, but not so much, and that was far away. So what I said, it was the number one. For me, it was... But murder rate in the Pinks, of these 24 houses, it says there were 24 houses. We're 24 8-story buildings right here. In these 24 8-story buildings, every single day, for years and years, every day, on average, there was one murder every day. Every day. Not every week, every day. And in total, in New York City, there were 1,800 murders a year. Now, I worked in the Tilden houses, but not much, because I worked in Brownstones. I worked in Brownsville, but I worked for a big company, and we would go 20 or 30 men. The Pinks, I never did a single job in them, and they were 1,000 feet from my house. I wouldn't even go in the Pinks. No way you're going to get me in the Pinks. And then right across the street from the Pinks was another place that was not quite as bad, but pretty bad. So let's see if we could find a map. I could tell you where I lived. I lived on Pine Street and Cozine. Okay, so now if you don't believe that I lived where the Pinks are, now I'm going to give you the corner of the block that I lived on. And you're going to see the Pinks. Pine Street, Cozine Avenue, Kozine Avenue, Brooklyn. Map. And now you're going to see my house, if it's on the map, where I live. You're going to see a big... that's interesting. Okay, so let's see if we could find a map. Okay, let's see. No map. Okay, I don't know where to... Pine and Cozine. Wow, this brings back memories. These old attached houses with that gray asbestos shingle with the gray clapboard with that had the little pieces of rock on them, the little white rocks. Let's see if we could find it. I lived in the most dangerous place in all of New York City, by far, way worse than the Bronx. Where's their map? Come on. 926 Pine. I know that guy. Why can't I visit the map? Oh, I gotta visit. Okay, here we go. Zillow, map. Oh, man, come on. Why can't I see this map? Anyway, that's where I lived. I'm not going to be able to find it, but that's... Why can't I visit the site and find the topography of the area? Okay, let's try here. Let's see this. All right. What am I doing wrong here? I want to expand it, and I can't. Anyway, that's where I lived, 1 block away from the Pinks, Pine and Cozine. It's probably just as well. New Lots. New Lots was where I lived also. That was called New Lots. Why can't we see this? I don't know how to do it. Anyway, that's... All right, well, we're done with that. I'll get back to the video. But that is where I lived, 1 block from the Pinks. There was a murder there every day. And if we go here, forget the map, because apparently I'm not going to find the map. I tell you what, I'm going to give up right now. This is 530 Pine. That Pine Street is a very long block too. It's not like Pine Street is just 1 block long. Goes all the way up to Liberty Avenue. All right, so vagrant. Let's go here. Let's close that out. Let's go here and let's look up murder rate, New York City. Murder rate, New York, 1977 per capita. Well, okay. Homicide analysis. I remember 1,800 murders a day, a year. Homicides decreased from 1,662 to 1,557. In 1977, placing New York City as the 8th in homicide ranking for the 10 largest cities. There was 1,600 murders, and if you put a pin in the middle of New York, if you put a pin in the middle of borderline of Queens and Brooklyn and made a circle around the pin, in a 5-mile radius, 5 miles, 1,600 people a year were murdered. I thought it was 1,800, but that could have been in 1973. I looked up 1977. So where I lived had the highest murder rate in Brooklyn. Well, the 6th highest. So I grew up flying circus. A rear end booger is a treat. And it could bounce too. A good rear end booger would bounce. The murders in Brooklyn were just business. Vinny told me. Vinny the butcher? I knew a guy named Vinny the butcher. A rear end booger is a treat. DNC. Proud to say I never ate a booger. The thought grossed me out. You know, I can't, I'm sure I can't say the same thing. But you should be proud. But what I used to do when I was a kid is I used to bite my fingernails. And I don't know how old I was when I stopped. Probably in high school sometime. Because in chemistry or biology class, the teacher, this is something you should learn about in the Philippines. This is sick. You know, in biology class, we looked at germs. We had, in aviation high school, we had 1 electron microscope. I don't know how we got it, but we had one. And we all got to look through the electron microscope, and we looked at different stuff, including the particles that were under our face. It's all bacteria. And talking about that, I'm going to tell you something about the Philippines that other people have said it, and you're going to hear it again. It's not something new. Of when I was in the bathroom last week, I wanted to pay my electric bill, my internet bill, and I needed calamansi for my water. I counted 11 people in the bathroom while I was in the bathroom washing my hands and face, wetting my hat and my shirt. I take my shirt off when I get to the city, and I use some of their soap or not if they don't have soap, and I wring it. I wash the shirt because I wet my shirt before I start making a live stream. I wet it down. I wet my shirt down before I leave the house, and it keeps you cool, the evaporation. But by the time I walk around for 2 hours, my shirt is sweaty. I wash it off with their soap. If there's soap, if no soap, I just rinse it off twice, 3 times. 11 people peed or came out of a stall. 1 person washed their hands. That means that the germs from them touching the flushing mechanism, the lock on the bathroom stall door, their personal hygiene germs, of 11 people, 10 did not wash their hands. Then they walk outside, and then they grab a shopping cart, because the bathroom is right by the food market. And they put their hands on the shopping cart. And they walk around, and all of those germs are on the shopping cart. Then they handle money from people that just went to the bathroom and didn't wash their hands, and those germs go on the money. Coins, especially dollar bills, paper bills. It's like a nest for germs. Then they touch the escalator handle, and they touch the railings that you walk up and down the steps with. So when you touch the railings of the stairs, or you touch the escalator railings, or you touch money, you're transferring all those germs onto your hands. And then if you put your finger in your mouth for any reason, to put an aspirin in your mouth, you touch the aspirin, all those germs are going into your mouth. So there's trillions of germs, billions on the railing from all various different places. Women's personal hygiene, men's personal hygienes, dog stuff, that dog dander, hair dander, skin dander, sweat dander. Nobody washes their hands in the Philippines in the bathroom except yours truly and one of every 10 people. And then I wash my hands, and I don't touch my face or my medicine or anything if I can help it again. And then I have my water, and then I try not to touch it again. But that's what you're breathing and drinking and taking in. Billions and billions and billions of germs. So you can't get away from germs. So even though you're not having flexible eye boogers, Candy, even though that's not happening, you just touch your mouth after you touch a handrail. You've touched the personal germs of 10,000 people that day, that week, that month. That's why when they were making everybody spray the alcohol on your hands, well, you spray the alcohol on your hands and then you go touch the shopping cart handle. There's no way to get around germs. Ain't going to happen. So if you're a germophobic, or you think you're not a germophobic and you really are, there's a billion germs maybe on your hands. And then, what about the people that don't use toilet paper? And 99 out of 100 people in the Philippines don't use toilet paper. You got to remember, they're going into an excavation business to clean everything up. They're excavating. And when they excavate, some of that dirt and sand and mud goes underneath their fingernails. And some of that excavation is transferred onto the handrails and the money. And one of the most disgusting things I've ever seen in my entire life is when a waiter or waitress takes the thing where they give you the bill, it's like a leather binder, and they take that and they put it down in the back of their pants where the sweat from the bottom of their spine and the bodily fluids from their lower torso, and where it breathes in and out of your pants, all those germs from the groin area and your buttocks are breathing. And all those germs are going directly onto the folder that they put your bill in. So when they stick that folder down into the back of their lower back, the small of their back, all the germs from the waiter and all the germs from the money and all the germs from everybody else that put that down into the small of their back, when you pick it up, you have those germs on your hands now, and then you pay the bill, or they put the bill on the table and then they hand you toothpicks. Now you take the toothpicks after you touch the binder and you start picking your teeth. You're putting those germs in your mouth through the toothpick. The world is a very, very, very germ-filled place. Now, none of it's going to kill you, but if you knew about it, and if you looked at it under an electron microscope, you too would stop biting your fingernails. There's billions of little creatures, stuff that moves around sideways and vertical, and they spin around in circles, and there's some weird stuff out. We could look that up. I could do that for you. For you, I would do that. Pick the snot and eat a lot. Anytime, Mr. Calamansi. Oh, I bought fresh calamansi this week. The bile one. That's the name of this video, the bile one. I named it the bile one because if you use the letter V, it would probably, well, it don't matter. I'm going to tell you why it don't matter, because first of all, I don't care. I do these videos because I want to do these videos. I don't do these videos because I have to do the video. So let's go back over here. Let me go back here. I have to look at something. I want to show somebody something. My live stream. What happened here? Hold on a minute. I got to refresh this page. Oh, YouTube, the internet is just not working right. Now, that one was October 6th. This one is 0. That's 0. All right, hold on a minute. We're not. That's 0. What happened to my videos? Ah, okay, here it is. Okay. All the videos that the NP3 personality disorder / possible psychopath, every video that he flagged, everyone is back on green. So the fact that you flagged my videos, and we know you're watching, you have to watch. It's your job to watch my videos. Everyone went back to green. Okay, so let's go here. Scott says, oh, Calamansi says, anytime, Mr. Soup. Who is Bottle One, Michael? Well, let's go to your channel and find out if you're a troll, okay? And if you're a troll, I won't answer the question. I won't block you, but let's just say, oh, yeah. Oh, you're a troll. Oh, yeah. You're a troll. Beluga Soup. 2 subscribers. Probably the channel was made a few months ago. No, it was a long time, 2016. You're not getting blocked. But you have no content. You have no channels. Well, my name is not on your channel. Yeah, you have channels. You're okay, so you're basically a young person. teenager or something like that. We're not going to bother with you. Okay. You're a little kid. We're not going to talk bad about it. Liked videos, survived the hunt, anime tunes. Yeah, okay. You're a little kid. I can't tell you who the vile one is, but thank you for stopping by, Beluga Soup. I knew that you were not. I can't tell you because he might use that to give me a strike. It's a person that called me a liar and a fraud and a troll. That I could tell you. And then I proved him wrong by pulling up some videos that were 5 and 6 years old where he did some really horrendous stuff. If you want to see that stuff, go up to this fella right below your comment, Flying Circus. Go to his channel and look up a 12-minute and 17-second video. I don't know the name of the video. Maybe Flying Circus will put it there, and then you'll hear his voice, but you won't see his face. We took the face out because of YouTube's rules. Okay, Flying Circus. Just imagine, oh God, just imagine what these guys do to these bar girls. Imagine what and who they have tasted. Probably both sexes. Yeah, the thing is, if you understand that part of reality, it's not so bad. But when you're getting paid, when you know somebody's getting paid to do it, and it could be one person this week or 50 people this month, that's the disgusting part of that. Flying Circus goes on to say, just imagine what these guys do to the bar girls. Anything they want. Imagine what and who they have tasted. Scott Del Fuego says, Flying Circus. It's amazing that otherwise semi-normal men could stick their tongue up a dumpster that probably had 5 others in the last day. So gross. And that's Popeye's friend that said he wanted to do that. That is nasty. That is nasty. How about when they had how about when they had you a cup by putting their fingers inside? When they had you a cup, I don't know what that, I think there's a word misspelled there, Flying Circus. It throws me off. Beluga Soup is back. Thank you, Michael. You are a purveyor of the truth. Thank you, Beluga. But you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go to your channel and I'm going to subscribe. I'll be one of your first subscribers, okay? I know that you're not going to... I am now subscribing to Beluga Soup, who has 2 subscribers. I am number 3, baby. I am number 3. I'm going to subscribe to all your videos. And maybe one day if you decide to post videos, there you go. I am your number 3 subscriber, baby. So let's go back over here. Thank you, Michael. You are a purveyor of truth and freedom. Flying Circus says, Scott, I could tell you stories about parties in my younger day. Last raps seemed to always take a dive. Made no sense. Wow. Yeah, that's nasty. Charlie Delano was in the house Thanks for stopping by, Charlie Delano. No, I don't believe everybody that has no content is a troll. I don't believe that. But you can usually tell, like the last guy, Robert Caldwell. I remember his name because he always builds up one of these narcissistic type 3, NPD type 3 personality, psychopath. He always goes to that channel and builds them up. Oh, you're a great guy. What a good blogger. You're one of the best. Oh, you'll have great guy. The guy has no content. So anyway, Robert Caldwell is a troll. But I remembered his name. But didn't mean he was getting blocked. But then he asked me, why did I not play Popeye 1's great videos? I'm going to tell you, I'm never going to say that Popeye 1 isn't the best editor on YouTube. I'm not going to ever say that Popeye 1 doesn't have the best collection of videos of the Philippine genre, bar none. No, because he collects Philippine genre videos. He edits them. He gives them purpose. It's like going to his page and going back in time, 6, 7 years back in time, with the comments, the pictures, what the people looked like 7, 8 years ago, 10 years ago. Popeye 1, but Robert Caldwell said, how come I don't play Popeye's videos and the music of the videos? Well, anybody that knows YouTube knows that Popeye 1 has music on every one of his videos, and all of his music is copyright material, which means that I would not be able to ask for AdSense for views on my video. But everybody knows this. He knows it too. But when he asked how come I don't play the music, then I remembered his name. Then I remembered that he was a troll, and then I went to his channel. He has no viewers, but he's trying to get me to play a Popeye 1 video, whereas if I do that, and the music and the copyright holder of the music decides to strike anybody that uses their music, well, then I would get a strike. So I don't play anybody else's videos ever. If I do, I sing the song with the music in the background. The worst that you could get for that is the AdSense comes off your video. If I just played the music, they're going to take the AdSense off, but maybe you could get a strike. So if I do like a cover song for Happy Birthday, well, they can't give you a strike for that. But if I just play Happy Birthday, maybe that song is copyrighted. But not everybody that doesn't have content is a troll. Thanks for pointing that out, Charlie Delano. No, there's no reason. I block people if they say, if they try to put me in a situation where I'm going to get my channel in trouble. Like the video that Flying Circus has up on his channel. Flying Circus and I discussed what's in the video. I never watched the video. I only got up to the part where he was talking about sweetscakes and how long he's been making love to another girl. I didn't watch the rest of it. I have no idea what it is. I don't watch that kind of stuff. But Flying Circus and I said, I gave him the material. I said, if you want to make a video, we're going to have to not put the faces. All the faces are in the videos. All the girls' faces of the harem, all the people, they're all in the video. That video that's on Flying Circus's channel is not from one video. It's from 2 that I gave him. So some of those people's faces could be in the video because they were also on Chi Corsair's channel. And back then they were on his channel as well. I don't know. But if you put somebody's face and their words, you could get a strike. And so I said to Flying Circus, he knows that. I said, if you want to do it, I'll give you the videos. He said, yeah, I'll take the chance of getting a strike. So he's the one that will get a strike, but he offered his services because he don't like the psychopathic NPD 3 narcissistic piece of work either. He likes him as maybe less than I do. And I only dislike him because he called me a liar and a fraud and talked about, look, Daisy May is still my friend. If you don't believe it, then you don't have to believe that. Daisy May and I are still very good friends. And you're not going to talk about any of my friends. You're not talking about Scott. You're not talking about Dennis. You're not talking about Lewis or DNC or Flying Circus. Nobody is talking about my friend in a negative manner. And if you do it once and you're going to get blocked. Because my friends, I grew up a little differently. I grew up where we didn't talk about our friends behind their back. Or Jack Thompson. You're not going to get away with that crap. Now, if you want to talk about another blogger, I would prefer you don't mention their name on my channel. But you can make a video and talk about them, but now YouTube has new rules. It's problematic to talk about what used to be perfectly legal. It used to be I could put that video up of his face showing the girls in the harem and showing the girl who tasted the best and showing the girl with the tightest such and such. Used to be you could put that up there and that was okay, but now you can't. So trolling has come to a different level. Some commenters have like one comment in 10 years. They just signed up recently. That's true too. That's why I always look at the date a person signed up. Because maybe they signed up last week and they're not a troll. They're just a new subscriber. That's cool. You got to start somewhere. Flying Circus says, I wanted to post it in case there was an issue, so I jumped on the hanger age. Ha ha. Hunger age. You have to control what you let into your firewall. You can't unwatch some things. See, that's true. And Flying Circus has stuff on his channel. Flying Circus, no matter, he's my friend. We've been friends for many, many, many years. We've never, ever crossed each other's path in any way, shape, or form. And we have a lot of fun laughing with one another. But he has some strange stuff on YouTube. He has strange, now the word strange, not crazy, not bizarre, strange. There's difference between weird stuff is funny stuff, godlike stuff, angelic stuff, religious stuff. Weird is spiritual. Strange is psychotic. Flying Circus has strange stuff on his channels. The strangest stuff I ever seen. Stuff I would never run across on YouTube if it wasn't for my friend Flying Circus. He has the bizarre, the most... Look, there are people that make hamburgers out of human excrement. Who would know that? Who would know that? Flying Circus has those videos on his channel. Who would know that? Who would know that somebody did that? If it wasn't for people like Flying Circus, we would never know this information. We have to show our appreciation to someone who considers himself a teacher, a purveyor of the other side of YouTube. You've heard of the other side of YouTube, right? Flying Circus is in touch with the other side of YouTube. Take my word. Go to his channel. Sign up. Subscribe. Subscribe and thrive. Thrive. Wow. That was good. Only 1 liter of water, and one before that. So getting back to my diet. Now, at 50 days, I lost 47 pounds. And I haven't been to the city. Now, I think it's 58 days now. Flight Circus says, I have so many channels. He had so many channels terminated, it doesn't even bother him anymore. He just starts a new channel. And DNC, I wish Flying Circus had an unwatch button, LOL. Flying Circus is our connection to the other side of YouTube. We'll talk about my diet. My diet is working out really well, even though I'll show you what I'm eating. Let's see, I started on the August. Wow, we're already in October. My God. Okay, so I started on, one is the 19th. Okay, this is how many weeks. Okay, this is, I started my diet on the 12th of August. 13th was the first full day. So we have 1 week, 2 weeks. The second is the third week. And the 9th, no, we're in the wrong place here. We have to go back to August. Okay, August 12th. Okay. So I started my diet on the 13th. So we'll go to 19th. We'll go to the 20th. The 27th is 2 weeks. The 3rd of September would be 3 weeks. The 3rd. The 10th is 4 weeks. The 17th is 5 weeks. The 24th is 6 weeks. That was my birthday. I did not eat. October 1st was 7 weeks. That's 49 days. Now let's go one more. 49 days would have been the 24th. The 1st would be 56 days. Okay, so now let's go one more. October 8th. All right, so on the 1st, which was 56 days, I didn't get weak, I didn't get dizzy, and I didn't get nauseous. But I got hungry and I got tired on the 1st of October, which would have been 7 weeks, which 7 times 7 is 49. That was 50 days. So on day 50, not that day, but a few days later, I went out and bought this stuff here. I'll show it to you. It's called Napa, N-A-P-A, Napa cabbage. It's called Chinese cabbage. It's called Chinese pitch eye. It's called like 3 different names, but it's an interesting vegetable. And I'll tell you why it's interesting in a moment. So I bought this stuff here. It's called Chinese pitch eye. If you eat an ounce of this, it's 12 calories. If you eat a pound of it, 16 times 12, That's 200 calories. That's all it is 200 calories. Now, if you mix it with lemon juice, a pound of this, this is like not even a half a pound, but a pound of this, 16 times 12, 32. It's 192, right? 16 times 12 is 192. 16 times 10 is 160. 16 times 2 is 32. 160 and 192. So a pound of this is really big. And that's 192 calories. That'll fill you up for the whole day. And then if you add lemon juice to that, calamansi juice, it's maybe another 50 calories. So a pound of this and lemon juice, just those two things, is about 230 calories. And that's what I've been eating. About a pound of this a day and some calamansi. Now, today I realize tomorrow will be 7 days. And tomorrow I will be done with this stuff. I won't have any more of this stuff in stock. I have 2 more pieces. Tomorrow I'll probably go back on my fasting water diet. But I was getting weak. I mean weak. Like, I would walk up the block and I would be tired, like from walking 1,000 feet. And how I noticed that day, on the 1st of October, I went somewhere and I brought back a gallon of vinegar, 8 pounds, half a gallon of 1 liter of fish sauce, 10 pounds, let's say 11 pounds for those two. And I brought back 3.5 liters of mayonnaise, imitation mayonnaise, because I had none, and I always keep that in stock. But that was another 4 liters is 8 pounds, so we had 9 and 8, 17 pounds. I had a liter of water with me, that's 19 pounds. I had a liter of something else. Oh no, I bought 2 kilos of sugar because I didn't have any sugar in the house. And if I want a little bit, in my coffee in the morning, I have a baby spoon. I take a half of a baby spoon of sugar, which is about that much sugar, about the size of a dime. And then I put 4 scoops of instant coffee in a glass of water. And then I put this much water in the glass, this much. A 3/8 of an inch of water, and I stir it up into like looks like paste. It's just enough water to make it fluid. And then I turn it upside down, and I drink 4 cups of coffee with that little bit of sugar, and the sugar takes the coffee edge off. And I do that at between 5 o'clock and 6 o'clock in the morning, and then I'm good until 9 o'clock at night. So I had no sugar, so I had 18 pounds plus 2 more kilos, 24 pounds, 23 pounds, plus the bag, 24, plus a couple of other odds and ends that I keep in the bag. I always keep in the bag, I always keep toilet paper, in case there's an emergency, and I always keep tape in my bag in case I see an injury. I can make a quick wrap on an injury, and then I keep my phone and my book. So I had about 26 or 27 pounds of stuff, and by the time I walked around at the end of the day, I was exhausted. And I said, this isn't right. This is not right. Why am I tired? And then I remembered that I didn't eat for 50 days. 50 days, no food. And at the last I checked, at 47 days, was 47 pounds. 46 days, 46 pounds, 47 days, 40. So on day 50, I started eating rabbit food. This stuff here. Just this. I'll show you. This is delicious. Oh, God. And then I'll show you on YouTube. Look, see this? You take this leaf here, right? Oh, after 50 days of not eating, you don't think that tastes good? Tastes good. With lemon on it, tastes better. And if I really want to go gung-ho, I take 4 lemons and a half a pound of this. I squeeze the 4 calamansi on there, and then I take 3 tablespoons of vinegar. And I spritz the vinegar on it. Oh, God, that's good. Oh, God, it's like, and that's been a whole week I've been doing that. And I still lost another inch off my waist in that week. No joke. I went from the time I had my first rabbit food till today. I took my measurement of my waist this morning. It's 44 3/4. It went from 46 to, I lost 1.25 inches in the last 7 days off my waist eating rabbit food. So I'll open this Chinese pitch eye window up. It's got basically no calories at all. A butt booger. Oh my God. Yeah, a butt booger. Let's look up Chinese eating a butt booger. Well, you think about that. You got to be careful who you date, too. The girls that you date. Let's say Chinese. See, it should come right up. Right there. There it is. Chinese cabbage right at the top. Chinese cabbage calorie. Right there. Chinese cabbage calorie. 12 calories, just like I said. 12 calories. Oh, I'm wrong about that. Oh, I'm thinking of the calamansi is 12 calories. This is 12 calories for 100 grams. That's what's 12 calories. So here it is right here. It's 12. So if I eat a pound of this, no wonder I'm losing weight. This stuff has no calories in it. It's 12 calories per 100 grams. So that's 4 ounces is 4 times 20 would be a 4 ounces would be 112, right? 28, 56. It'd be 112 grams would be 4 ounces. So figure 100 grams is 4 ounces. That's 12 calories. So 16 ounces would be 4 times 12. Would be 50 calories. 50 calories per pound of this stuff. 50 calories per pound. Not per gram, not per ounce. 50 calories per pound. So I could eat an entire pound of that stuff in a day, and it's only 48 calories. And this is what it's called, Napa cabbage. And it's really good tasting stuff. It's cheap, too. So let's take a look over here. And it's known as Chinese pitch eye. Why is this like that? Okay, Chinese pitch eye. That's what it looks like. So a pound of this is 50 calories. Add another 30 calories for the calamansi juice, 70, 80 calories. And every once in a while I throw the vinegar has no calories at all. I don't think vinegar has calories. So let's say that 80 calories, and then let's say I take a half a spoon of mayonnaise. And my second meal, sometimes I have a half a spoon of mayonnaise. So that would be like 50 calories. So I'm eating now, consuming about 130 calories a day for a week. And once I'm done with this, I'll probably stop eating. So on day 50, I lost at least 47 pounds. But since day 50, I lost another inch off my waist that I haven't been able to weigh myself by eating this. Oh, man. By eating the Chinese pitchai. I'll give you the link for that. So I'm consuming about 130 calories of food a day. Manly P. Hall. That would be the Mason guy. All right, so that's not going to work. All right, we'll just Napa. It's called Napa, N-A-P-A, cabbage. Napa cabbage or Chinese pitchai, P-I-T-C-H-I, maybe a Chinese pitchai. And we need to put an A over there. All right. So 1 pound equals 48 calories. One pound equals 48 calories. So I buy it in bunches of 1 kilo, 1.5 kilos. Now, I also will give you some knowledge about vegetables. This is the heart of the Chinese pitchai. This is the heart of it right here. Now, you see the color? It's putti, white. When you buy it, you could buy it like this, where the outside leaves have been taken off. You don't want to buy it like this. You don't want to buy it. You want to buy it. The outside leaves are dark green. I mean dark green, like the color of broccoli. But the outside leaves have dirt from the tractors going over them, because the leaves grow. 1 leaf, 2 leaf, 5 leaves come out, 10 leaves. But then inside the leaves is this part where it grows. It never sees the sun. This white part never sees the sun, and dirt can't get to it because the outside leaves protect it. Most of the vegetable stems will cut off all the outside leaves and sell you this white part. And this is clean. Now, they'll sell you this for 90 pesos. But if you buy it with the outside leaves on it, you could get it for 65 or 60 pesos. But you're going to come home and cut off the leaves. So you're getting a good deal on the price Not so much because you're throwing the leaves out, same price. I don't throw those leaves out. The green ones with the dirt, I don't throw them out at all, ever. And I've been doing this since I moved to the Philippines. I leave the leaves with the dirt. I put it on my chopping board. I cut the leaves off, and I soak it in water for about an hour. And then I shake it up and down in the water for like 5 minutes. I just keep shaking it up and down. And I get 95% of the dirt. You could feel the dirt in your teeth. And that comes off. Then I put it in a pot, and then I put it in front of the fan and dry it off. It take like an hour before you're ready to eat. But the green leaves, and it's green. I wish I had some to show you. The green leaves don't taste like this white stuff. The green leaves taste more like, could be broccoli, could be, it tastes like a different kind of vegetable. It's like the green leaves don't taste like the white leaves. Completely different taste. Because one is green and one is white. The green leaves are the part that the sun has been putting all the nutrients, minerals, and vitamins in. The green leaves are where the healthy part is. That's the part I like. And when you clean it and the dirt comes out, you'll see the dirt in the bottom of the pot of the water. You'll see it. But then the dirt is out of it. So, and then that also, if there's any chemicals, it should wash those chemicals off. If you leave it soaked for an hour, something should come off. But either way, you're going to eat chemicals. I eat the green leaves. I'd rather have, if I had, what I would rather do is eat the green leaves. So I buy it with the green leaves on it, and then I soak the green leaves, put them in a pot. I put the fan on the pot over here, and then when it dries off, the water drips down at the bottom. Then I eat it. I do my juice. I do my calamansi juice. I do my vinegar. I take care of business. And now I lost another inch off my waist since I started eating again. Scott said because at the 50-day mark, my body had stopped consuming itself, which has something to do with something called autophagy. When the body doesn't get food, it starts to eat the fat that's stored in the fat deposits. Well, after 50 days, it needed more than just the fat. So when I went back to eating, I had energy, and I lost another inch off my waist in that week. It's hard to describe. Don't eat for 50 days. I was trying to tell Maria, who's a friend of mine since, oh gosh, we dated. Our first date was the movie The Godfather 1. That was our first date. So her and I were talking yesterday, and she lives in Florida. Oh, that's a long time ago. The autophagy, she goes, how could you not eat for 50 days? And then she said, you always did strange stuff, Michael. Weird stuff, strange. She used the word strange, but she used it improperly. You were always different, is what she meant. And that's true. I was always different. So 50 days, only water, to the guy who keeps saying, he must be, now I'm eating. So tomorrow will be seven days. And when I'm done with the Napa cabbage, the Chinese pitchai, then I'll go back to just my water diet. I don't care. I've lost, I don't know how much water I've lost. I have no idea. I mean, how much weight? 46 kilos on the 47th day, 46 pounds on the 47th day. Then I went 3 more days with no food. Now I went a week consuming 230 calories a day. I think for somebody my size, even a small amount of activity, like yesterday, I went to the city and I walked maybe a mile and a half with a backpack. I put the backpack on just for the weight. And I think I should be consuming 1,700 to 2,000 calories. So I'm still consuming 1,500 less calories than I would need to maintain weight. I don't eat the seeds anymore, though, because the seeds, they come out like little projectiles. They hit the back of the bowl and they bounce around like a pinball machine. The seeds, they go bing, 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 bing off the bowl. And so I don't eat the seeds anymore. That's a lie, but it sounds good, right? So let's go back. All right, so we're pretty much down to just a few people listening to this nonsense that I'm spewing out here. So thanks for stopping by, everybody. DNC especially. I enjoy some of the people on YouTube a lot. DNC keeps me company all the time. I really appreciate that. What I'm going to do, I don't think DNC wants to come on, but when Allo gets settled in, wherever he went, he said he was disappearing for a while. And I think I saw him back in the furniture in that video where he posted with the video with the... That's Swiss. That's European-style kitchen. The seats that were in the video, the seat where it's wood and then it's a high back and then on top it's a shelf, that's European-style carpentry. I think Allo is back in Switzerland. Thank you, DNC. And I don't know why he left. He had told me 2 weeks ago he was going to disappear for a while. I wouldn't be able to get in touch with him. And then last night he sent me a message saying that he had no internet wherever he was. He got on the internet for about a minute and he goes, my internet is not so good, and then he disappeared off the internet. Because Allo and I talk a lot. And so, thank you very much, DNC. Thank you, Flying Circus. Scott Del Fuego. Yes, he did spend last winter in Switzerland. That's right about that. I remember when he made the video on the train. Flying Circus, Charles Delano, thank you. Charles Delano, that other fella. Beluga Soup, thank you for stopping by. And we did have, not a lot of people made a lot of comments, though. Just DNC, been here the whole time. See, I can't even... I try to remember. We had our screen light up today. We definitely had our screen light up today to the tune of $9 from DNC and then $12 from Scott. 9 and 12 is 21, right? Yep, $21. Thank you very much, Scott and DNC, and that's as far up as we can go. And I will put this video, it will stay public. Oh yeah, the Napa cabbage, okay. I'll put this in my, I'm going to post that 3 times. So you guys, this Napa cabbage, if you've not had this, it's 10 times better tasting than cabbage. Now cabbage is just about the same price. Cabbage could be 5 pesos or 10 pesos less. Not much though. But if you want to make coleslaw, you got to have real cabbage. But if you want to taste something that's better, you need to have either bok choy, B-O-C, bok choy, B-O-K, bok choy, or You want to have bok choy or, hold on, bok choy is the same price. And let me show you what bok choy looks like. This, now bok choy is one step better tasting, bok choy. I guess I need to go to the Asia market. Yeah, they should have it. But if you bok choy is a very small. I've had this as well. Okay? Bok choy is the same exact calories. 13 calories in 100 grams. So it's the same amount of calories, but it's a smaller plant. And this is what you are eating when you go to a Chinese restaurant and get soup. This, you are eating bok choy. It's the same price per kilo, but you're getting bok choy. And these leaves and the bulbs at the bottom look like this right here. They look same price. Now but you would need like 30 of these to make a pound, or maybe 20 of these to make 1 pound. And they have a different flavor, and some would say a better flavor, some would say not. But when you go to a Chinese restaurant and you get soup and you see the greens in the soup, it's bok choy. It's not Chinese pichay. It's bok choy, it's ginger root, stuff like that. But so this is the major component of Chinese food, Chinese vegetables. Now, when you add, and I do, when you add to the bok choy or the pichay, if they don't have pichay, I will buy bok choy. I've been buying it for years. When you add garlic and you boil it, this is all, and you want to boil it, you boil up some water with a little bit of vinegar, and you take 5 pieces of garlic, 5 cloves, chop it up fine, put it in the boiling water for about a minute, and then you chop up your bok choy. You chop that up and put that in the boiling water with the vinegar and a little bit of soy sauce and the lemon juice. Now that is another flavor and no additional calories. Because I don't know how much calories garlic has per pound or kilo, but you're only putting a half an ounce of garlic. We could look it up. So let's look up garlic. GARLIC calories. It's not much. 100 calories per clove. Not much. So they're 5 calories each. All right, well, that's quite a bit, actually. But I've been watching a lot of videos. Calories are not exactly calories for each different product. You can have sugar calories that do one thing to your body and are absorbed differently, or you could have protein calories, or you could have vegetable calories. And then there's something called lipids. I get that stuff mixed up. Lipids. So like, let's say, like those Chinese cabbage that I'm eating 230 calories. It doesn't want to go into storage. It wants to go through the system. But if you ate 200 calories of the pichay, it doesn't want to get stored as fat because those calories are a different kind of calories than fat calories. But if you eat a fried food and it has 100 calories of corn oil or soybean oil, that wants to go storage in fat. And if you eat 100 calories of meat, some of that wants to go to fat, some of it wants to go to the liver. There's all different places. I'm not going to remember. I watch like one video every 2 weeks about this stuff because I don't care. I'm losing weight. The idea was to lose 100 pounds in 100 days. And if that happens, then I'll just go. If it doesn't happen, I'll just extend my days with eating Napa cabbage and garlic with a little bit of vinegar and just a touch of fish sauce. Fish sauce is really nasty if you eat it plain, but when you mix it in, when I make my fish sauce, I do, there's different kinds. There's good fish sauce, Patis, P-A-T-I-S, that's the good stuff. I don't like that at all. I like the cheap fish sauce. And so the Patis is like $1.75 for a liter, and the cheap stuff's like $1.39. But I like the cheap stuff better than the Patis. I've had both. But I take, in a 1 gallon jug, I put about 3/4 of an inch of Patis, and then 3/4 of that gallon is clear vinegar, putti vinegar. So the Patis fish sauce has a few calories, but it just gives it a little salty flavor. So maybe I'm eating 255 or 260 calories a day. If I go for the big gusto meal, I eat a pound of pitchai. I eat 6 cloves of garlic. Oh God. Then I go for the big guns, the vinegar and the fish sauce. And then on top of that, well, there ain't anything. Half a spoon of mayonnaise. Oof. God, I'm up to 275 calories for my big meal if I do it like that. And I just have one meal a day. So I'm going to lose weight. And then we're going to find out how much weight I lose on the 100-day mark, and then I'll extend it or I'll stop. My choice. But I could have probably gone longer, but Red Horse Adventure said don't. On that day that I got weak, the day before, Red Horse Adventure said don't get weak and don't kill yourself because you're too weak. Now I don't think that was possible from that happening to me that day from being weak, because I was just weak. I didn't fall down. I wasn't dizzy. But at the same time, At the same time, I'm on a website for the snake diet website, and they eat every couple of days or every 48 hours. They have a meal. I didn't even do that. I eat the snake juice that Red Horse Adventure helped me make with his contribution. Plus, I have these vitamins are the best vitamins I ever had. They make me feel like $1 million. These Kirkland vitamins, they're cheap. $10 for a jar. They're cheap. I mean, really cheap. And these are some of the best vitamins that you could buy. You could pay $20 for a jar, 100 jar of vitamins. $25. The Kirkland does the same thing. My doctor said all vitamins are the same. And if you look at the panel on the side, one might have 230 milligrams of zinc, and the other one might have 240 milligrams of zinc. Do you think your liver knows the difference? I don't think so. I never saw a liver read a bottle. Now this is the one. This is the one that messes that guy's head up. This is the magnesium threonate. Oh, he said that if I eat one of these pills, the possible psychopathic narcissist type 3 personality, if I eat one of these, I'll go to the bathroom because it will. I could eat 2 of these and nothing happens. Nothing. So for him, his body chemistry, he would have to go to the bathroom. But for me, I had 2 and nothing happens. Well, I'm a real man. You know, real men could have 2,000 milligrams of magnesium threonate. These are 2,000 milligrams each. So I have 2 of these. That's 4,000 milligrams of magnesium threonate. Well, I'm a real man. That's the difference between a real man and going to the can. A real man can and doesn't go to the can, and a lesser man can't and does have to go to the can. Real men, not so real men. Clients, DNC. 90, that's right. 90% of all vitamins, that's exactly 100% right. 90% of all vitamins comes in one end and goes out the other. Your body will only retain what it wants to retain. So if you have a lesser man that consumes more vitamins, the lesser man will waste more of the vitamins than the real man. Now, a real man will waste less vitamins because a real man takes better, cheaper vitamins, less money wasted. It's very complicated. Some men are real men. Some men think that they're real men, and other people believe that there are real men in the body of the men who think they're real men. But the people that think they're real men, that would be like the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Universe, to the Galaxy. Remember that movie? Got to go back to that movie. I was with Dad. We were in Marathon Key in Florida. Dad used to come and stay at my house for like 3 months. And we would tool around the Florida Keys together. And he knew everybody. He knew people in Key West. He knew people in Big Pine. A lot of people in Big Pine. He knew a lot of people in Marathon. 100 people, maybe more. The Redmonds, the Van Rossens, the Schmidts. There was hundreds of people there. Anyway, we go to this movie theater in Marathon Key, right next to Knights Key. The movie theater's on the south end of the island. And the movie, The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, is playing. And I never went to a movie theater like this before, but you walked into this movie theater and it had little round tables and chairs. 2 chairs, 3 chairs, or 4 chairs. Different sized tables. So we sat down at a 2-chair table and we ordered fried hot dogs, which were pretty good, and cold beers, which was really good. They had Heineken, and a bag of potato chips and French fries. While we were watching the movie, they came with a menu and gave us the menu, and we watched this movie, A Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. And my father, he was not much for science fiction, but he enjoyed that movie. And when the guy in the movie said, "What is the answer? What does it all mean? What is the answer, the sum total of all the knowledge in the universe?" Does anybody remember the number? That's what these Kirkland vitamins are. These are the best. These are the vitamins that make the universe what it is. Without these vitamins, I would not be consuming vitamins or excreting vitamins. So without me, my vitamin excrement would not exist. And that was the part of the movie. That's right, 42. That's right, 42. It was such a great... So without that, 42. So with the sum total... And now it didn't make any sense. It was but my dad and I laughed. My dad did not like that but he liked that movie. Because he's a construction guy, and the whole thing was about... So without me eating these Kirkland vitamins, my vitamin excrement would not exist. Therefore, wherever my vitamin excrement is going would not be vitamized. It would be vitaminless. So I am actually performing a function to vitamize my part of the universe, which is really the universe, because without me, my vitamin excrement wouldn't exist, and you don't know what's going to happen. A bacteria could or could not be formed because of the vitamin excrement that I create. And that bacterium could change through a metamorphosis into a different kind of a bacterium. And like 250,000 years from now, that bacterium could form a single cell. And that cell could somehow absorb light through photosynthesis. And then that cell would split. The nucleus of that cell would split. And then 1 billion years from now, that cell could be an amoeba type entity in the ocean. And from that amoeba, you could have somebody like John Blaze scoop it up, right? And he scoops it up to put that water with the amoeba on it in a lake near a forest fire near a lake. And that amoeba hits it off with the stuff that's in the lake and in the dirt at the forest fire. And that amoeba moves into a higher form of life. And then they take that water from that lake, because it's near where Elon Musk has one of his space building things, where he builds stuff that never go to space, but he says they do, but I don't believe that. And Elon Musk takes water from that lake and puts it into the storage tanks on the spaceship that doesn't go anywhere. It goes up and then it comes back down. It doesn't go into space. There's no video of space or satellites or anything like that. I don't care. Elon Musk, you look at Elon Musk, it goes up and then it comes back down. There's nothing where he's going around, you see satellites, and you don't see any of that crap. It's all CGI. But anyway, Elon Musk puts that stuff in the water in his spaceship. Now, that spaceship, eventually, that goes up, gets hooked up to the space station. We're talking like, many hundreds of years later. And the space station gets abandoned, but the space station gets hit by an asteroid. And the water tank with that cell that I created thousands of years before gets stuck on the asteroid. And the asteroid brings the water tank and the water to a planet where that cell now thrives and becomes a living entity with a lower brain function. And then a monkey comes along and drinks that water. And the monkey becomes smarter because he ate the vitamin excrement from me in the year 2023. And that's how the universe works. And that's what the theory of the A Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy is. It's just stupid stuff from one end to, but it's funny. It's really funny. If anybody has never seen that movie, well, I would suggest don't see it straight. Flying Circus, I think that guy is one of those strange people who enjoy making a bee movement. So Michael is saying he might shit out a new civilization. It's exactly what I said. If you put it in a synopsis, to synopsize, it's a synop, to put it in a synopsis. Will that make, oh God, that heart thing, what a pain in the neck that heart thing is. Will that make God's name Fazios? Well, look, here's the bottom line. To answer that question, if you, now I'm being serious, okay? Now I'm being serious. If you, DNC, Flying Circus Scott, Robert Caldwell, any of you people, if any of you people, Louis Pagan Ponce especially, I wish that would happen with him, Charles Delano, if any of you people ever, okay, now I'm being serious. I'm not, I could look it up. I'll do a show on this week, all right? From doing meditation and prayer, not going to guarantee you that you're going to become an enlightened being, but it could happen. It's possible that it could happen. Thousands of hours of prayer and meditation, chanting, prayer, and thousands and thousands and thousands of hours, and maybe nothing will happen. Or maybe your consciousness will be elevated to what is called the Buddha consciousness, the Christ consciousness, enlightenment. You've all heard of enlightenment. God consciousness, super consciousness, the Buddha consciousness. Okay, that level of consciousness from your regular mind, and this is, I'm being serious, I'm not kidding, you could look this up. Your brain has nothing to do with moving to a higher plane of awareness. Meditation will make you more aware of your surroundings, how to focus, and the cleansing of your body through the garbage that we eat, fried food, sugar, all that stuff. That's just poison for our brain. But when your brain moves from level of consciousness to the higher plane of consciousness, it happens in a mere split second. It doesn't happen slowly. You don't say, wow, I'm starting to feel different. No, it happens like this, like that. And the first thing you're going to say is, wow. Everybody says, wow. Everybody. Either in your language or their language. But they all say, wow. And then they say, I get it. I understand now. Or everything. What do they understand? Everything. Anything. They understand everything and anything. If they wanted to understand the theory of relativity, they don't have to read the book. They would just have that knowledge imparted into their brain. Even though the theory of relativity is completely flawed, they would understand Einstein's theory of relativity. They would understand the formula. They would see the mechanism behind the theory of relativity. It's a flawed concept, but they would understand it. If they wanted to hear the thoughts of the people that are in another building, and let's say they know their wife is in another building, and they say, I wonder what she's talking about. Right then and there, they would hear their wife's voice or what their wife was thinking. This is problematic. Because if this happened to you, and you could read people's thoughts, you would not, without proper training, be able to deal with that level of knowledge and consciousness for any long period of time. Because you would realize what frauds, liars, and complete jerks most people are. But it would happen, whether you liked it or not. You could be in a room with 10 people and say, what are they thinking? And hear 10 people's thoughts independently of one another aside from the words that they're having a conversation with. Or you could drown that out and look across the room with 1,000 people in it and just look at that person and say, what is that person thinking? And hear his thoughts or her thoughts. You guys think that I'm making this stuff up, but I'm not. That's called Christ consciousness, Buddha consciousness, super consciousness, the samadhi experience, moksha. In Zen, okay? You think I'm making this up. I'm not making this up. Look it up. It happens to people every day. It comes, it could happen for a minute, an hour, a day, a week. In my case, there was several months, twice. Okay? So you think that this is not possible, but I know it is possible. So when I look at that movie and Flying's DNC gives the answer to everything in the universe, I see the movie as part of my experience to move into that super consciousness where the answer to everything, it may as well be 42, because that makes perfect sense. Then you would also understand that what you believe to be right and wrong, no longer do you believe right and wrong in the right and wrong concept. But this is the problem with becoming super conscious. You might believe that it's okay for you to do something really negative because you don't no longer see good and evil as the same opposing force. But that is not what they call the path of righteousness. You don't have to be righteous, though. I mean, let's say, I don't know, let's say you had a daughter or a son and somebody did harm to them. You would not feel the need to call the police. You would understand it would be okay that you take care of that matter. Now, it's against the law, that's for sure, but you would not, that would not be part of the equation. Okay? So that super consciousness leads me to tell you what the big secret in Masonry probably is. And the big secret that everybody in the order of Manly B. Hall, as Flying Circus said, everybody wants to know what the big secret is. The big secret might be a lot simpler than you could understand. The big secret, Trump knows it, Dick Cheney knew it, Donald Rumsfeld knew it, Bushes know it, the Clintons know it. The big secret is that they can do what they want and get away with it because there's not going to be any repercussions. That's the problem with becoming superconscious, higher states of awareness. Now, fortunately, most people only go in and out of that state of consciousness for a few minutes. But some people are in that for a long period of time. Those people have psychological problems dealing with their ability to be able to go to a book like this and just pick the book up and open up to a page and put their finger on a word and know what the word is before they open up the book. That's possible. Those people know what you're thinking before you say it because they hear the voice in your mind. That's possible. It's not probable. It's not improbable. It's possible. It happens all the time. That's what they call Zen archery, where you take the bow and you close your eyes and you're blindfolded and you pull the bow back and you hit the bullseye from, I don't know, 100 feet, 200 feet. I don't know much about archery, but you hit the bullseye every time. That's Zen archery. How's that possible? The guy's got his eyes closed. He's got a black bag over his head He's standing in a spot. He reaches behind, he grabs an arrow from his quiver, he puts it in the bow, he pulls back the string, he lets the arrow go, and the arrow hits the mark 100 or 200 feet away. Because he knows that the bow and the arrow know where to go. He doesn't think about where the arrow's going to go. He knows that the bow and arrow know where to put the arrow. He's not part of the process anymore. He's just a conductor. That's possible. Those people can do things like that. They are in higher places, states of consciousness. Now, could that happen to flying circus? Yeah, it could. May have. Most people don't talk about it because it sounds so bizarre. But that same guy who called me a liar thinks the earth is round. It's not round. The ocean is 3,500 miles across. It's flat as glass. The world is, we live on a flat plane. You can believe whatever you want. But if you were in a higher state of consciousness and you posed that question to yourself, or somebody else posed it to you, the answer would come right to your head. Yes. And you would know why. That's cosmic consciousness. That's super consciousness. That's moksha. That's samadhi, the samadhi experience. It's all those names, all the same thing. Don't matter what language you speak either. It don't matter what culture you're from. It don't matter your age or your sex. It doesn't matter your profession or your career. It don't matter what you did yesterday. It don't even matter if you're in jail for being a career criminal. It could still happen to you. At that moment, you know that it happened to you. And people think that I'm joking. I'm not joking. Thousands of people have gone through super consciousness for a minute, an hour, a day, a week, a month, 2 months, 3 months. Christ did it for a really long period of time. All Christ was a super conscious man. So you think I'm kidding you. So when I say the answer to the universe is 42, that's that movie. If you look at the metaphysical side of the movie, it's quite a connection. The metaphysical side of a Hitchhiker's Guide to the... None of it makes any sense, but at the end it makes sense. But you got to look at it. So, and from that perspective of superconsciousness, you have all the knowledge of all the things that ever existed. As long as you're in anything that you could think of, you have the knowledge too. If you wish to fly to another world, you just go. You just do it. You don't have to ask permission. You just close your eyes and say, I want my spirit body to go to, and just put it in that direction, and it goes there right away. Instantly, it's there. And then you can see what goes on in other places, including other planets, under the ocean, spaceships, aliens, what's inside the halls of Congress, the deals that are going on that are sticking it to the American people. If you wanted to know who was behind the pipeline that blew up, I forgot the name of the pipeline. I know the name, but I don't want to say it. But if you wanted to know who was behind it, you would just think, and you would know exactly who did it and why. If you wanted to know what was behind the wave at Fukushima, the tsunami, it wasn't natural. And you would know the truth to that too. If you wanted to know any piece of information, it would just come to you as fast as you want to know it. But that's beyond most people's capacity because, well, most people just go through life not understanding that doesn't matter if you understand that state of consciousness is possible or not. But for those people what are called the uninitiated or the profane, it happens to a lesser degree. So the profane are the people that don't understand how the real government works. Like, okay, so you think, not me, but you think that Israel was attacked yesterday morning, and that 235 Israelis were killed. You think that because that's what the paper told you. And you think it was a group named Hamas because the paper told you that. And maybe that's true. But maybe it's not true. You also believe that Donald Rumsfeld or Dick Cheney, one of those two guys, said there's $2.3 trillion missing from the budget on September 10th of 2001. We don't know where it went. And you believe that the next day the Pentagon was hit by a plane. You believe that. But it didn't happen. Because you're the profane. You are the people that are led around by a nose ring. You are the people that believe that Saddam Hussein had weapons of mass destruction, and now 30 years later, he never had weapons of mass destruction. You believe that World Trade Center 1 and 2 and Building 7 somehow collapsed all by themselves because of fire. That didn't happen either. But you believe it because somebody told you. If you were an enlightened being, you would call bologna and cheese on that right away. You would just see that, no, that didn't happen. I knew right away that didn't happen. I wasn't even in a state of enlightenment. I'm just that smart to know that the World Trade Center could not collapse from jet fuel that burns at 450 degrees or an office fire that burns at, without an atomization of the air, without an air movement, you could not get office furniture higher than 1,100 degrees, 1,000 degrees. You'd be lucky to get 1,000 degrees out of the office furniture. And those beams had 1 inch, 1 hour of fire rating on the beams. So how did office furniture would not, it would be an hour before the heat from the office furniture even got to the beam. Well, the buildings collapsed in 43 minutes. You believe that crap? I don't. You believe the earth is round? I don't. You believe that 3,500 miles of ocean, that's water seeks its own level, you know it's flat, and then somehow the earth is round, because you are the profane. Now, I couldn't put it any nicer than that, but the people that control this world, they know they've been leading you around in your unconscious stupor since birth. And unless you wake up, you'll never see the light. You'll never see what's really going on. And the people that control this world, they don't care about how many millions of poor, innocent Iraqi civilians were killed. They don't care about whether Saddam had weapons of mass destruction. They only care about making money. And you believe that it's good to give Ukraine money when 40% of Ukraine's money, no one knows where it went. And you believe that Ukraine has a chance of beating Russia because they say it. It's not true. Russia could have wiped out all of Ukraine, but that's part of their country. They'd be wiping out the cousins and relatives of the people in their country. They're not going to. Putin doesn't want to do that. Putin is a better man than that. But you believe Putin is a bad guy. Let me tell you something. Putin is 1,000 times a better man than Trump, Clinton, Biden, and the Clintons, all and Obama, all put together. Putin is a much better man. That guy Ahmadinejad, he's a great man too. Saddam Hussein was a great man. You people believe otherwise. Saddam Hussein had a country that was the richest African country, the richest country in the world. Nobody had to work. Everybody had a house, a car, free gas, free education, and free food. Every member of his country. But he wanted to make the gold dinar. So they destroyed his country and they destroyed him. Now, did he do a lot of evil stuff? Yeah, he did. He definitely did. There's no doubt about that. But they didn't kill him because his sons had multiple girlfriends and supposedly they had sex slaves. They didn't kill him for that reason. They killed him because he was making the gold dinar. Flying circus, that's about right. An LSD trip. Lysergic dibromide, I think it's called. Lysergic dimethylene. Oof, that was good shit. That was the stuff. So I think the one guy. Okay, so I might shit out a new civilization. It's possible. It's possible. Will that make God's name Fazio? Well, when you move into that state of consciousness, you know you're not God, but you're God-like. That's another thing. When you move into that state of consciousness, you, Jesus, Buddha, Lao Tse, you're all the same person. It's all the same. Everybody. Muhammad. I know. Muhammad and I, we believe in everything is the same. Because the stories you hear about Muhammad, which we have very little understanding of the Quran, most of that stuff is not true. The Quran is true. I believe it was divinely inspired. But you are listening to the Jewish media moguls. You're not getting the truth about other religions. They want to keep you pinned down to where you believe if you stole candy from a store, you're going to go to hell. Meanwhile, they spend $200 billion in Ukraine. No one knows where $50 billion of that money went. It goes right into their pockets, and that's okay. Because you people are the profane, the ignorant of this world. That's true. That's true. You could believe whatever it is that you want. That is true. So, what are we getting for our war dollars? Not much. And now they're going to take more away from your earnings. Now they have to protect the great state of Israel from Hamas. They'll be sending over $100 billion worth of aid to the great state of Israel any minute now. They have it all in the works already. They probably have it all laid out. The equipment that's going, it was probably done 6 months or a year ago. Okay, so $100 billion, I bet you $100 billion goes to Israel before the end of the year. Because we have to protect the great state of Israel. Now, Israel wants to wipe out Hamas. Well, they probably could do that. And they probably will do that. Because that was their plan from 90 years ago. Well, 75 years ago. That was their plan. To wipe out the Arab nation that's part of their country. That was always the ideology of Israel, the great state of Israel. So, and when that starts to happen, they've already taken up 85% of all the territory of the Muslim people and Arab countries. That their plan is to take it all. Now they have an excuse. But where are they getting that from? They're getting the munitions, bullets, tanks, planes, and armored artillery from America. And who owns that? Stock corporations that are owned by mostly Jewish corporations and mostly Jewish entities. And so who's going to make the money? The people with dual citizenships to Israel. That's all happening. The next 48 hours, you'll see all of this start to happen. But you believe that this is all an accident. I don't. I don't believe it for a minute. I believe they planned it, and I read the whole article. I should give you the article. It's pretty darn intense. DNC says all that money, missing money, funds black programs, trillions of dollars, but it also goes into the pockets of the politicians, a little bit at a time. I mean, DNC, oh, this is a good one. DNC, people who have experienced death and come back are changed. They have an expanded understanding. And they don't fear life or death. That's true. That is true. That's what the elite don't want you to know. They don't want you to know that if you die, you continue in a new realm or body or whatever you choose. They don't want you to know that. They don't want you to know that they're already cloning bodies and possibly even putting brains or the material of the knowledge from the previous being. That's been going on since World War II. Hitler was doing stuff like that, trying to move consciousness into a new brain and things like that, the cloning operation. So theoretically, if they clone you, they clone your brain. Theoretically, they should clone the knowledge in your brain. That's what they're working on. But they don't want you to know any of that. They told you that the earth is round, but then they take a laser weapon on a ship and they shoot it 93 miles across the water and it hits another ship, when the curvature of the earth would be 10 miles. So in other words, here's the ship, here's the other ship. If it was 93 miles away, it would be on the curve 10 miles lower. So but light shoots in a straight line. So they contradict themselves with their own toys. So they don't talk about shooting lasers across long distances across the ocean anymore, because if you can shoot a laser 93 miles and hit another ship, it means that 20 feet above the water the laser goes off, and 20 feet above the water the laser hits the ship. Where's the curvature? There is none. There never was. So they don't talk about that weapon anymore, or what the weapon can do. They are screwing you in so many ways. Me too. But you more than them, because you believe that crap. I don't. There's a lot of people that don't believe it, but there's not much you can do about it. For instance, well, we can't go into that topic. That'll get the channel shut down. But all I could do is my little part and show you that the guy who called me a liar, who said I was a troll, a fraud, and that my girlfriend had slept with every man in Bohol, he won't do that again. And if he does, I'll just have to go through those videos myself. And then I'll leave the videos. I'll start another channel. I'll leave the videos intact with the person's face. And I will take snippets of the videos with the video and the sound and the channel links. I'll show it in the thing, and because I don't know how to do editing. And I'll just take the video camera, play 15 seconds from here to, and I'll just find the other things that I said that he said, if I have them. And if not, well, then I'll have gone through 45 more hours of that garbage that Flying Circus posted on his channel. 45 more hours. I felt bad sending Flying Circus just the 2 long videos. I think I sent them 2. I have 26. 20 long ones, more than 2 hours long. And then, of course, I have the ones with the guy's wife and the other girl and the bar fine and all that. I have all of those, everything. There's a few I don't have. But most of them I got. Go ahead, talk about Daisy Megan. I dare you. I double dare you. I double dip dare you. Do it again. All that missing money. Where did it go, DNC? Where did the money go? We know. Okay, so even the lie that $2.3 trillion disappeared, right? How is that possible? Only one place in the whole world had a record of that? That's nonsense. We have backup computers somewhere. DNC might even know where they are. But we have backup computers that back up everything in this world. In other locations, in secure bunkers, underground. That every piece of information that has ever been written, made, or any piece, it's all been backed up. So you're saying that the Pentagon didn't have a backup file? How did the 2.3 trillion get accumulated? You have 100 billion for, let's say, the F-35, which was a freaking disaster from the get-go. $100 billion, and the first 6 pilots died from suffocation. Now it's a lot better. But didn't anybody keep any other records besides just one place? It's a lie. It's a lie that all those records could be kept in only one place. And then you never heard about that again. Then we went to war, and then 10 million people have been killed or displaced because of a lie. There were no weapons of mass destruction. There was no, what was the name of those militants? That never happened. Oh, and we trained, it wasn't the Hamas, it was Al-Qaeda. We trained Al-Qaeda, America, not me, not we. America trained the Al-Qaeda soldiers. And then what did they do? They gave them $2 billion in equipment when they left. They left $2 billion worth of equipment for them to get when they left Afghanistan or wherever they left. Or they left billions and billions and billions of dollars worth of equipment. Why? Couldn't they have put it all in one big pile and blow it up? Of course they could. They just left it right there in the stores. They destroyed some of the helicopter. They took some of the electronics, but they gave them thousands of motor vehicles and Jeeps and Humvees and other equipment and mortars and artillery cannon. They gave tens of billions of dollars to the people that they say are the enemy, instead of just putting it all in a big pile and blowing it up. We live in a corrupt society, and you people are the profane. You don't see that. All right? I got to be talking at least an hour now, and I'm getting tired of talking. When I talk more than an hour, I need water. I got to get water. What about, here's one, and you people don't remember. This is how stupid you people are. Mr. Obama, he became president. He went to the Federal Reserve. He went there, put out a memo, create $17 billion in $100 bills. Buy the paper, buy the ink, hire the additional people to print $17 billion with a B. My friend Gary worked for Pitney Bowes. He was sequestered, not asked, he was sequestered to go to Washington, D.C. Now, he worked for Pitney Bowes, but Pitney Bowes is affiliated with the printing presses that make the money. So he just used his skills on the printing presses. And they printed, in about 6 weeks, $17 billion in $100 bills. And then it disappeared. No one knows where it went. Well, I know where it went, and I said where it went the day Obama took office, or the month after, or 2 months later. He took that money, and every politician, senator, congressman, judge, lawyer, everybody of any influence in the political arena got paid in cash, depending on what they needed that person to do or not do. That $17 billion was printed, disappeared, and there's no accountability for it, and it was on the internet, and now it's not on the internet anymore, that the money was printed. And I lost the channel that I had the videos stored on to prove that that money was printed. And now it's completely wiped off the internet. So Obama, and then did anybody ever oppose Obama? Nope, never. Never was any of anything he wanted, he got. And he wanted to destroy America, and he got that too. You people, you don't see the big picture. All right, I'm going to take a look at the comments. Okay, Flying Circus says, all that information came from just one video. Maybe you should post the link again, because it's been a long time since you posted the link. And I think I have 26 videos. I have 53 hours of just that one guy and his psychotic, egotistical, maniacal, narcissistic psychopathy. I have 53 hours of that. I couldn't watch it. I saw the videos. I remember the names of the videos. I saw them on that oddball channel I have. And I listened to the one that I gave Flying Circus 2, I believe. I listened to that one. Within a minute, he's screaming out my name. Within 3 minutes, he's talking about the harem. Within a few minutes, he's talking about how tight certain girls are and how other girls taste. And I don't think I got past that, because I knew the people he was talking about. And I'm going to myself, my God, the crap that he was talking about with these girls. Now, that's insanity to even... Now, that was 5 years ago. And those girls, again, he was buying those girls even back then. He could do or say whatever he wanted. He was supporting them. Both of them. And I could tell you a story about the one girl that I wouldn't tell you because I don't have that in video format or voice. But one story about the one girl is so bizarre that you wouldn't believe it. But I won't say that, because then I can't prove. And it would destroy, well, it would destroy her reputation, as if that was possible. But it would completely annihilate any possible normalcy in her life, her lifestyle. But I wouldn't do that. But he keeps it up. I'm going through those videos. So let's see, did Flying Circus get that done yet? Okay, then Flying Circus. Well, Flying Circus can post it to the videos later on. DNC, it's 2:40. Okay, DNC, thank you. I'm going to say goodnight, too. Thanks, everybody, for stopping by. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go over there and put my cabbage back in the refrigerator until I decide to make something to eat later. I'll leave this up for a few minutes. Bye-bye. Amping. You guys can say goodnight to one another. Don't post anything on my channel that doesn't belong there. It'll just get you blocked. Oh, it feels good to stand up and stretch my legs. Woof. I haven't stood up in about 2 hours. No, I did to get the cabbage. I'm going to put that cabbage away. Oh. Oh. Good night, everybody. Thank you. Okay. Dr. Yen Lo. Prayer. Prayer. Stevie Wonder said a prayer. Okay. Well, thanks for stopping by, County Ford. I remember you. You used to be a member of my Patreon page years ago, and I thank you very much for that. For now, I'm going to say goodnight because it's going on 6 hours, and I don't want to start to bore anybody. I might get repetitive. Plus, you got to remember, there's a lot of people that complain how long my videos are. Because they feel the need that they have to watch the videos so that somehow they can get some piece of information that they disagree with. And they're going to get me in trouble. And I think we all know who that is. The other guy who called me a liar and a fraud and a troll, he's not going to ever, I doubt he'll, he could do whatever he wants. I doubt he's going to call Daisy May a whore again. No, I don't think he's going to do that. That's probably out of the question. All right, everybody, thanks for watching. I'm Ping Permy from the Philippines, baby. And, of course, I'm Ping Permy means take care always. Bye-bye for now. That's right. Oy vey and shalom from Rabbi Drew Barker in the Philippines, baby. I could go to make it 6 hours. I could talk for another 12 minutes. I could do that. Let's do that. 12 more minutes. Less than 12 minutes. Less than 12 minutes. Can I talk for 12 more minutes? Do I have to talk for 12 more minutes? I don't. I could just sit here and look at the screen. Look, Calamanse. That's the name I forgot to say hello to before. Okay. Oh, you know what I could do? I could get you the, I'll get you, we're going to talk about Israel tomorrow. That's going to happen. And we're going to talk about aliens as well. This is really disturbing, this article that I'm going to post. I really mean it, too. It's disturbing because they're preparing for war against Hamas. And that's not going to be good for anybody. Okay. And what they say, I don't believe. I'm not going to. I could give you the link. You could look it up for yourself. I'll put the link in the description box. And I'll write down Israel war. Okay, Israeli war. And we'll copy that, and then we'll paste that. This is a big thing. You people don't think this is a big thing. They're going to suck up another 100, 200, 300 billion dollars. They're going to suck out of America's coffers for this. They're going to do that. That's going to happen. You can believe whatever you want. But this war in Israel is going to cost the American people 2 or 3, 400, 500 billion dollars. Who knows how much it's going to cost? We have no real idea about how much it's going to cost. But you can rest assured that if they needed $100 billion in weapons, and $100 billion in the war machine is not a lot of weapons. It's not a lot of stuff. Some of those aircraft cost $100 million. Some of those aircraft. Some of them cost. They have drones now that are not non-piloted drones. I was looking the other day. $100 million for non-piloted drones. But they also have aircraft that are $300, $400 million, close to $500 million. And that's just the airplane. That's not loaded up with fuel and munitions. We're going to spend a lot of money to help Israel. And me personally, I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but the fact that they want to go in and completely annihilate another race of people, I just find that hard to believe. But that's what it looks like they're going to do from this article. And if we read this article, the Hamas surprise attack out of Gaza stuns Israel and leaves hundreds dead in the fighting. So we're already that hundreds in this article, which what time is this article? On October 8th. So that was this morning. Okay? And when you go over here, you're going to see the rockets, a barrage of rockets. Hamas militants stormed the blockaded Gaza Strip, killing dozens. But then in the next, it says that they attacked 22 locations, but the dozens killing count is not real. 250 people. Israeli media said at least 250 people were killed. That count is probably up over 1,000 by now. And 1,500 wounded, making it the deadliest attack in decades. But at least 232 people in the Gaza Strip were killed and 1,700 wounded. So both sides, they make it sound like here, both sides have equal amount of people dead and equal amount of people injured. I don't believe that for a minute. They're just making those numbers up. I don't believe it. Just like I don't believe any of the statistics from Hawaii. None of that's true either. Now, this is a great article. If you want to believe false accusations and lies, it tells you that an attack occurred. It tells you how many people are in each part of the nation. It tells you that it's going to get a lot worse. It tells you that Israel gave them a warning shot to get out of a certain area of Gaza, that they were nice enough to warn the people to get out of a certain building. And it tells you about people that were taking kid hostage. It tells you a lot of stuff that probably happened, but why are we not going to get the truth about this for 10 or 15 years? Because I don't think they know the truth. I think they make it up as they go along. I think they're reading from a script right now. Now, the shadowy leader of Hamas supposedly said the assault was in response to a 16-year blockade of Gaza. But that's not going to make life better for anybody in Gaza, because at the end of the article down here, it is clear as day that Israel supplies Gaza with food, electric, and infrastructure for water. And the trucks have to go through Israel truck stops. Right here at the bottom, it says that that's not going to happen anymore. Right here, supplies. In Gaza, much of the population was thrown into darkness after nightfall as electrical supplies from Israel, which supplies almost all the territory's power, were cut off. So Israel controls the power to Gaza, electric and water, and therefore hospitals and schools, and air conditioning for supermarkets, and of course refrigerators to store food in. And they cut all of that off. They'll also cut off fuel, so anybody with a generator might have a week's worth of fuel, and then after that, they don't have fuel to store food. And baby formula will be gone as well. And so Israel supplies the electric for the Gaza Strip. Almost all the territories. That was shut off. Just a switch. And Hamas is preparing for a long fight. And all options. That's the part that is a little frightening, because with all of the chemical weapons that exist in the Middle East that were under one regime and then supposedly gotten back, and then some of it was missing, all options could lead to a chemical attack from either side. You won't ever know who did it. And or possibly a dirty nuclear bomb. And you won't ever know who did that either. It's kind of scary what's going on over there, because there's no doubt in my mind that Israel can do more damage to the Hamas than Hamas can do to Israel. I don't see why Hamas would do something like they say they did. I don't know that they did. I don't know that they didn't. But Israel can certainly, and will certainly, inflict a bigger harm, bigger damage on Hamas. Now, Saudi Arabia comes into this, asking both sides to exercise restraint. The kingdom said it had repeatedly warned about the danger of the situation exploding as a result of continued occupation and the Palestinian people being deprived of their legitimate rights. So the kingdom, who is the Arab kingdom, is what they're talking about. The Arab kingdom are the sheiks and maybe Shiites, which is two different things. But they said that this was possible a long time ago because Israel occupation of that part of the Palestinian people's country was ongoing. And it looked like something was going to terribly happen, and it did. So Lebanon's Hezbollah militant group congratulated Hamas, praising the attack as a response to Israel crimes. Now, it's long been said that Israel taking over Hamas's territory is a criminal, and how they do it by by displacing the people that are in houses, and then they shut off the water and their ability to grow crops and their living, and then the people have to move someplace else, and Israel expands their borders. That's been going on for 60 years. And of course, Mr. Netanyahu, who controls America, and Biden, and to give you an idea, all Israelis are not behind Israel destroying Hamas. Not everybody is against that. And for them to even put this in the paper is surprising. So the attack comes at a time of historic division between Israel over Netanyahu's proposal to overhaul the judiciary. Mass protests over the plan have sent hundreds of thousands of Israeli demonstrators into the street and prompted hundreds of military reservists to avoid volunteer duty. So a lot of the Israeli citizens, a lot of them, more than you would know, more than they talk about, more than they're ever going to talk about, is against occupying the territories that are being now electric shut off, and eventually that'll be raided. So a lot of Israeli people are against this. There's been protests in Israel about this for since I started reading about it 20 years ago. This is not something new. But people with the internet now see what's going on, and they don't like it. The people of Israel don't like what their government is doing. And then that ends the article. All right, so thanks for watching. And we did our 6 hours and 3 minutes. I'm being permy, which of course means take care always. I'm glad I could be of some service to you. Bye-bye for now. From the Philippines, baby.